Why are you here? I want you to think about that. It might seem so obvious, like I'm here to learn something, but what are you really here to do? Because if you're here to learn something, that implies that you're here to learn something in order to do something, right? Or in order to create something. So here's what I know about you. To some degree, you're not as fulfilled as you know that you could be. And you came here to find out why and what you can do about it. You feel your robust potential deep within, wanting to be unleashed so you can fulfill what's possible in your life. And for whatever reasons that you don't understand yet, it has remained just outside of your grasp. Until now. Because with the right methodology, you can finally set your potential free and watch your life flourish. And I'm going to show you that, a methodology that creates predictable results that you can just follow step by step. And this is what was missing for me for so much of my life. It was like all of these wonderful motivational people who say all these wonderful motivational things, and you get all hyped up and all pumped up, and then what? They have no methodology for you. Well, I found that methodology. And so did a lot of other people. And I'm going to keep showing you this throughout our training, that people just like you, of no special talent, of no better than average intelligence, are making this work, and they're doing it. Here's San Pedro. I experienced a transformation that dramatically enhanced my quality of life in a way that I didn't expect, and it's only been 3 months. From significantly reducing a lifelong struggle with anxiety and change it into a positive and joyful state, working on my past self-destructive behaviors and using them to develop a self-esteem prosperous and harmonious. Learning the tools and methods of self-concept to build a version of myself that aligns with my values effectively and sustainably is what I have been looking for most of my life. So why should you trust me, though? You've heard plenty of other people saying similar things about what they teach. It kind of sounds like we're all saying the same message, but who do you actually trust? Well, I'm going to give you some of my background. And before I do that, I want to say first and foremost that everything I'm going to teach you, if you're wondering, did Damon come up with this? Did Damon take this from someone else? I just say give all the credit to this man right here, Steve Andreas. He was my mentor. He taught me most of what I'm going to teach you. A lot of the other stuff that I'm teaching you just comes from my experience of doing what he taught me. Here he says, Damon has a much better understanding of how my self-concept model works than anyone else I've ever worked with. He has an unusual ability to grasp the depth and details of the methodology, as well as a lot of energy, vitality, and commitment. It is a pleasure to recommend his training. Unfortunately, Steve has passed on. He's not around. I really wish he was, because for so many reasons and obvious reasons. I'm going to talk more about him later. So again, people just like you, here's Rasmus. The skills I've developed during the time I've been working with the model can be boiled down to a few important things: deep connection with myself and getting great tools to meet a client and move them forward towards the same outcome in a steady, respectful, and very effective way. Now, I love this quote by Hunter S. Thompson. If you don't know who Hunter S. Thompson was, he was not an NLPer. He wasn't a personal development guy, but he wrote this amazing letter, and in this amazing letter was this quote, and he really could have been a personal development person, but he did figure out a few things in his life, and he did live an extraordinary life. He says, a man who procrastinates in his choosing will inevitably have his choice made for him by circumstance. Now, for a large chunk of my life, I felt like driftwood, that whichever way the ocean current was going, that's where I went, because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have a vision. I didn't have a sense of how to get to where I wanted to go, even if I knew where I wanted to go. And when we live like this, we're basically allowing circumstances to make our choices for us. That is a scary place to be. And if that's how you feel right now, you can change this. And you can change this by making some choices, by making some decisions. And I'm going to bring those decisions right to you. It's not going to be of like, I don't know what to decide. No, I'm going to bring some decisions right to your face, and you can make those choices. So welcome. Get ready. You already met Nate. You know who I am. Let's talk about today's agenda. So I'm going to talk about how I stumbled upon this transformational technology. I'm going to talk about how to create a true vision that will guide you even when you're not consciously thinking about it. Not only am I going to talk about that, we're going to walk through this step by step. You're going to do it. Yes, you're going to get your hands dirty. How to overcome resistance so you never have to worry about losing motivation or succumbing to procrastination ever again. This is usually one of the scariest things for people. They think, oh yeah, okay, I know what I want, I know what I need to do, but for some reason I can't seem to do it. You're going to find out why and how to deal with that. Discover what has kept you from fulfilling your potential so you can change it. And this is where the gold really lies, is in your potential. A pathway to finding your true purpose and true fulfillment. Sound pretty good? Now, again, people just like you are making this work. Self-concept has truly, this is from Lois, self-concept has truly transformed my life, empowering me with valuable tools and techniques that have led to significant personal growth. Through this model, I have gained a deeper understanding of my thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, allowing me to notice and transform limiting patterns. All right. This is going to probably sound familiar to most of you. This thing that I call the bargain. This idea where you start bargaining, and some of you might believe into the whole vibrational universe thing. Some of you might have this bargain with God if you believe in God and you have a religion. And what is funny to me is that a lot of, I guess, atheists or people who don't really believe actually do this thing too, where they sort of like they're bargaining with the universe. They basically say, you know, if I achieve blank, then I'll be worthy and then I'll deserve, right? They feel the need to like, if I can prove to the world that I deserve this, then I will deserve this. Or if I can prove myself worthy, then that means I'm worthy. Like if I accomplish this thing. If I have blank, then I'll be happy, right? This is what we do. We say, well, if I could just have that thing, or if I could just accomplish this thing, that's when I'll be happy, because I'm not happy right now, but when I get it, I'll be happy. When I have more money, then I'll go do all the things that I want to do. Then I'll go travel. Then I'll write that novel, right? Then I'll settle down and get married and have a family. Not only is this completely backwards, you'll keep bargaining down when you don't get what you want. You've probably experienced this. I know I have many times in my life. So I said, well, if I just get this, then that's all I really want. I'm not being greedy. This is all I want. But what happens when you don't get what you want? You'll start saying, well, I'll take less of what I want. How about if can I just have half of this thing? Can I just make half the money that I want to make? So what you'll try to do is want less and less, which will only make you feel smaller and smaller and ensure that you don't get what you want. Let's do away with that. So decide right now that you're not going to bargain with your potential or your happiness ever again, because that's not how it works anyway. The way that it works is when you really tap into your potential, you really understand what does it for you, which means that's where the endless motivation comes from, because it feels good, it is fulfilling. Then it's just about, where does this go? Being curious about where this journey will take you, not bargaining down, oh, I'll take a little bit less if I can finally get the thing, you know, get a little bit of this. We're going to change that paradigm altogether. It's going to be more about, you're curious about where this will take you once you really understand the direction you truly want. So decide right now that you're going to do something different today. If you found yourself doing this bargain, decide right now you're going to do something different, and I will give you that something different. So who am I? Just a guy who wanted to fix my failing insurance agency and fix my failing marriage. Yes, this is me. This was probably about 14 or so years ago. I am overweight. In this picture, I'm not depressed, but I am miserable. And I'll show you what it looks like when I was depressed. This is when I was depressed. I wanted to stop falling into depression. And I'm sure your eyes are gravitating over to this cute little girl next to me. That is my daughter. And the sorry bag of bones next to her, of course, is me. And I am forcing a smile. I'm in the throes of a depression. And that book on my lap there is a book about how to grow and make my insurance agency successful. Not a fun time in my life. So what changed all of that? This man, like I said, had a significant role in that, Steve Andreas. I mentioned before, he has passed on. Before he passed on, though, I made a promise to him that I was going to take what he taught me and teach it to as many people I possibly could. So I want to talk a little bit more about how I went from where I was to where I am right now. This is probably how you found me, my YouTube channel, most of you. And I started this channel at a time when I considered myself very much an introvert. I still do, actually. Many people say, how is that possible? It is possible. Introverts don't necessarily mean that you don't do extroverted activities. It just means you recharge better when you're alone. So yes, as a result of doing NLP, learning NLP, I was able to get myself to be able to put up a camera and make videos and then publish them, which is something I would have found terrifying only a short time before that. And in that time, it's been almost 10 years. It'll be 10 years in April. I have amassed over 127,000 subscribers. I didn't count this time, but I'm pretty sure I've surpassed 2,000 videos. But just to be safe, I think I'll put here that I've made over 1,000 videos. And the majority of them are about NLP, Neuro Linguistic Programming. As a result of this, I got to meet some really cool people, still do. This is Maria Menounos. She has a very interesting story. She was a spokesperson for Extra and E and Access Hollywood, and she had a brain tumor, and that completely changed her life, made her get very serious about what's really important in life. She also happens to be very good friends with Tony Robbins, so she started a YouTube channel on personal development, and she had Tony Robbins on a few times, and then her publicist reached out to me and said, hey, we're looking for an NLP guy, but not Tony Robbins. Would you like to come on? And I was like, of course, I'll talk about NLP anywhere, anytime with anyone. And so this video is still up on her channel, and then she came onto my channel and I interviewed her. Very interesting person. Every once in a while I'm watching a movie and she suddenly pops up. Also, if you're into personal development, you may have heard of Nas Daily. I love the shirt that he wears, and it's basically saying his lifespan, and he keeps that in the forefront of his mind, knowing that he has a lot that he wants to get done in life. And so this is how he reminds himself that life is short and we need to be taking action, kind of like what Hunter S. Thompson quote is saying. Leon Hendricks, if you know who he is, it's a kind of a big deal. If not, then it's okay. He has a personal development YouTube channel as well. And then Ryan Trahan, more of an entertainer. Your kids probably know who he is. If you don't, he's the penny guy. He gave a talk at a summit that I was at. I think he was only 24 at the time. And the wisdom that was coming out of his mouth, I was just like, this is unbelievable that a person his age is talking about this. And it was talking about finding fulfilling work, because he's a YouTuber, and restorative, and work that really fulfills you. And when you do that, then that's the key to, what he was saying was the key to his success at 24 years old. It was amazing. So I got to create this life for myself where I was traveling the world with this woman here. And this was my girlfriend at the time. And then the pandemic hit and we got separated. And she lost her visa to come back to the United States to come in and spend time with me. And so we were just dating at the time. So we decided to do something during the pandemic. And that was elope. We went to Istanbul, Turkey. And this was because I couldn't get into Romania, her country. She couldn't get into the United States. But if we got married, then we could start that process. Well, the people in Turkey found out about this, and they brought it to the national media there. So we ended up, we just thought we were going to do a quiet, private, short, small wedding in Istanbul, and it turned out into a national media event. So we got married live on the news in Istanbul, Turkey. So we continued traveling, and it still took a while for us to figure out all the immigration thing. And it was kind of an interesting time, I'm sure, for everyone here. You can all, you all had that feeling during the pandemic, like, well, what's going to happen? Like, am I going to lose my job? Am I going to lose my business? It was kind of a scary time. And so we were trying to figure it out as we went. And we thought, this is where we started. And we thought, okay, you know, what's going to happen over the next few years? Because we had just started this partnership for what we do now, what I'm teaching now. And like everyone else, we were all concerned. But by the end of the pandemic, we had grown. So we knew it that we were doing something right. And here we are being able to deliver this. So this was me on the left 16 years ago, and then me on the right with my family. This was in June. My kids had always wanted to go to Japan, so I took them to Japan. So everything that I'm going to teach you is what brought me to this, being able to do this transformation of me 16 years ago, living a miserable life, having a job, or maybe, business, an insurance business that I absolutely hated, being in a marriage that was anything but fulfilling, and then to finally come full circle and transform my life and myself to this. I'm going to give it to you all, how I did it and how you're going to do it. Let's hear from someone else, though, that has done the same thing. This is Peter.
The first session, he elicited my goals and my values. And then the second session, he did a transformation for me.
What was that like?
It was proof positive that rapid change is possible.
Yeah.
So my highest value at the time was freedom. And we mapped that to authenticity. And I had this incredible limiting belief about being an authentic person. And we transformed that over the course of an hour. And so that, to me, that was a light bulb moment. You know, the lights went on inside, and I go, oh my God, if this is possible, anything is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the next session, he wants to transform love, right? And even though that's my highest value, I'm thinking to myself, like, you know, actually, Damon, I'm broke and I'm not getting any clients. So how about we work on my business? And he's like, okay, so what do you want to transform in your business?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'm a procrastinator, you know? And so he, over the course of an hour, he creates this transformation for me where all of a sudden at the end of the call, I'm like, no, I'm not a procrastinator. I'm an incredibly productive person.
Yeah.
And it was so bizarre to go from being a procrastinator to being productive.
Yeah.
And then a week later, I'm looking at the clock in the top right of my computer screen, right? And it says 10:30 p.m. And then I realized, oh my God, I had been working on my business since 4:30 that morning. Like this incredible flow of productivity that had never been there before.
Yeah.
And then it was one more transformation after that. And I got 4 new clients. And then after that, I filled my practice within about 2 weeks.
So that's
Pretty amazing, huh? So Peter came to me. He was 30 years old. He had tried everything. In fact, he might have at this point done more NLP training than I had done. And he comes to me and he says, I'm broke. I'm kind of on my last dime here. I don't know what to do with my life. I'm trying everything and nothing's working. He was living with his mom because he couldn't afford his own apartment. He had a night job that he absolutely hated. And he said, you know, can you guarantee this is going to work? And I said, I can't guarantee that for you. You can only guarantee it for yourself. I can just coach you and I can give you the tools. The rest is up to you. And he said, all right, let's do it. And then this is what happened. Within a few months, he had moved out of his mother's place. He got his own apartment and was thriving. And this was only, you know, like a few months from the time that we started coaching. So this is absolutely doable and possible. So what about you? Wouldn't it be great if everyone here on this training right now, in a very short time, could be sharing your own story of transformation and the dream life you've created for yourself? Trust me, you are so much closer than you think. So here's my goal, to show you how, in the shortest time possible, to transform yourself so that you can create and sustain the version of your life that excites and fulfills you every day. If that's what you're here for, type a big fat yes in the chat box. There we go. All right, there's a little bit of a delay. So I'm sitting here waiting, and then all of a sudden I see it light up. Okay, awesome. That's exactly what I need. So this is a two-way street. I'm going to bring you my best in the time that we have today and tomorrow, that we have all here together. What I need from you, though, is a commitment that you're going to bring your best. That is how you are going to get the most out of everything that I'm going to give you. Yes? Awesome. It's really nice when this whole thing syncs up and I'm giving my best and you're returning it by giving your best. Then we're on fire. Nothing is more frustrating to me. Nothing stings worse than someone encountering a life-changing idea and letting it go to waste. Too often, I have seen that. It is painful to watch. As we go through this together, all I ask is that you see yourself doing what I show you, to make it yours, to see the future show up right now in the present. Because as my mentor, Steve Andreas, used to say, what your mind attends to becomes real to you. Deal? And again, a reminder, people just like you are doing this and making it work. Here's Stacy. It's a great system for self-development and working with your limitations. I've spent most of my adulthood looking into one way or another to continue my growth path. I had played with NLP in college but didn't fully understand it. With this system and the way it is taught, I completely understand, and my transformation process is quick, easy, and free of drama. All right, so how did I get from what you see on the left side to the right side? Well, it starts with depression. So in some ways, depression, you know, of course, it's a bad thing and you don't want to be depressed and it takes you away from what you want. But in some ways, it actually woke me up to, I've got a problem and I need to do something about it. So the first depression, I was out of school for the first time in my life. I had just graduated college. 9/11 had just happened. If you were alive or aware, old enough to be aware of that during that time, it was a very scary time, and it felt like it completely turned my world upside down of what everything that I thought was security and what was safe. And so I was reevaluating all of that, and it was just a very sad time. And I got arrested for something stupid. Now people will go, oh, I want to know what you got arrested for. So I'm not going to go into it here. But if you see me in an airport or you ever see me in person someday, and you want to know what it was, I'll be happy to explain it to you. It was really stupid and not a big deal. I had no health insurance at the time, and that plays a role in what comes next. So because I had no health insurance, I had no real, and I didn't have much money at the time. I had no real way to pay for a therapist. So, but I remembered I had a professor. I had a professor in college, even though I was there to study film. He taught a class called the philosophy of psychology. I always found psychology fascinating, always found philosophy fascinating, so I thought I need to take this course. So he starts off with like your basic psychotherapy, that Freudian stuff, then he got into Gestalt therapy, then he got into hypnosis, and he actually hypnotized us, and he would teach us to hypnotize each other. This was a lot of fun. And then at the end of the class, he broke out this thing called NLP, Neuro Linguistic Programming. And he was like, this is the mother of them all. And his explanation of it, I was confused by it. I didn't really understand it, but it did seem really important and powerful, especially coming from this man who was such a skilled therapist and hypnotist and Gestalt therapist. So fast forward a couple of years, I'm out of college, I'm suffering from depression, and I'm thinking, this guy can help me. So I call him up and I say, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm in a bad way and I need help. And he said, well, come to my office. So we talked a little bit in his office. He said, I don't need your money, but I don't believe in a free service. He said, come back to me 1 week from today, and I will assume that you have donated money to charity or your time. I'm not going to be on your case about this. I'm just going to trust that you do that. Do you agree to that? I said, yes, I agree to that. I came back the next week, and in one session, I'm not kidding, one 1-hour session, several months of depression was gone, just gone. I couldn't believe it. I walked out of his office, I walked out into the campus, and I was looking around. I was like, is this real? I had been suffering for at least 6 months, maybe 9 months, and suddenly, no depression. It defied everything that I thought I knew about psychology and how this thing works. And I remember thinking to myself, this NLP stuff, someday I need to learn this. It's obviously very effective. But I had some filmmaking dreams that I wanted to pursue, so that's not the direction that I went. Oh, this is, by the way, I forgot to bring this slide up. When I said he called me into his office, and I used this picture, but obviously, if you've seen Good Will Hunting, this is not, you know this is not what really happened. That is a picture of my face whenever I was 17 years old, and obviously it's plastered over Matt Damon, and this is Robin Williams. I know the joke isn't funny when I have to explain it. I totally blanked on bringing this up. Anyway, if you haven't seen Good Will Hunting, it's an amazing movie, and there's something we teach in NLP called re-imprinting. at the end of that movie, when Matt Damon goes through his final transformation, that is actually a re-imprint. But anyway, check that movie out if you want to know more about that. Second depression was 10 years later, completely unrelated to the first one. So people might say, well, okay, that NLP technique, whatever he did, it lasted 10 years, but it didn't last forever. That's irrelevant. It had nothing to do with that. The second depression that I fell into had nothing to do with the first one. So this time, so after getting married, having kids, and giving up on my dream of becoming a filmmaker, I felt absolutely lost. But I knew I wanted to be my own boss, and I knew I wanted to position myself to make as much money as I wanted rather than belong to a corporation that dictated my salary. These are all my intentions behind that drove me to do something that I never thought I would do. So I did what anyone in my position would do. I decided to go into the glamorous profession of insurance, of course. Yeah, right. I didn't like insurance. It just seemed like a way to buy my freedom, but I was anything but free. My dad, still to this day, is an insurance agent. So I thought, I liked the way he was able to provide for my life when I was a kid. He does very well with insurance, and I thought, well, if he could do it, I could do it. But I did not anticipate how much I would not like the insurance business. And this is no diss whatsoever. If you're an insurance agent, it is a noble profession. One of my best friends is still an insurance agent. It's a noble profession. If you enjoy it, great. I did not. I wasn't very good at it. So unsurprisingly, it did not go well. It's what landed me here. And it took me an entire year to come out of this depression with traditional therapy. My professor, I was now living in a different state. My professor was now retired. I wasn't going to go bother him. So I thought, okay, well, I'll just do regular therapy. It took an entire year. And then once that year was over, I thought, okay, I'm not depressed anymore. Maybe the therapist can help me get to the next level. Well, he couldn't. He just knew how to get me out of the hole. And you'll find this a lot in very traditional therapy. They don't really know how to make you progress. They only know how to get you out of the problem. So this is the turning point for me, where I realized it was time to treat my mental health the same way as my physical health. And also by this time, I got back into exercising, and that's a huge part of what will help keep a person out of depression is physical exercise. So I thought, well, I got to do the same for my mental health. And that's whenever I decided it was time to learn NLP. So I started my formal NLP training. On my resume at this point was 2 bouts of depression, a failed business, a failed marriage. My family and I were also getting evicted from our home. I was broke. I had very little money, and my brother just died. This is not a joke. I'm very serious about this. It had no relation to any of the other things, but as all of this was going on, now my brother dies, and it felt like the world was collapsing on top of me. But I was okay this time. I was okay. I did not fall into depression because I was doing this. I was learning NLP. I was practicing NLP. I knew how to keep myself above ground, so to speak. I knew how to keep my mind clear. I knew how to keep my mind focused on what I wanted. And that does not mean that I ignored the grief that I felt over my brother's passing, not at all. I was able to experience it and process it along the way rather than let it become the entirety of my reality. And then people started to notice me. I was very enthusiastic about learning NLP, as you can imagine. And here's Robert Dilts, Robbie Steinhaus, and Steve Gilligan. I started getting invited to, parties that they would have on the side or get-togethers, and they started telling me, hey, you seem very enthusiastic about this thing. Maybe you should think about teaching it. Also got to train with one of the greats. This is Richard Bandler. He's the co-founder of NLP. So I went around trying to learn from as many teachers as I possibly could. And at the same time, this weird thing started happening. I started getting kind of sidelined where teachers were going like, yeah, I want you to teach for me, but stay over here. Stay in your lane, so to speak, and not quite letting me teach for them, even though they were putting that carrot in front of me. So I started teaching out of my insurance office. That's what you see here on the right. I was like, okay, I'm just going to start teaching people and let's see who shows up. And people started showing up. So I thought I was on my way. I thought everything was working out. I'm going to be an NLP teacher, and I love teaching, and so that's very fulfilling, and I can make a living doing this. But then, no, not quite. I hit this other plateau and I just couldn't figure out where to go next. It was sort of like, okay, I'm not depressed, so that's good. And I can't imagine that I would fall back into depression. I also know the direction I want to go. I just don't know how to get there. And then this man entered my life, Steve Andreas. They say when the student is ready, the teacher arrives. And that fit so well for when he popped into my life. So I'm going to talk more about what he shared with me, what he taught me. Before I get into that, I want to address this one thing that a lot of people bring up as an objection. And there's maybe not all of you, but a lot of you are probably sitting there thinking, but what if this doesn't work for me? And I know where that comes from, because you've probably tried a lot of things and a lot of things didn't work for you. So you're thinking to yourself, what if this time, all that Damon says sounds great, but maybe it's just not for me. It's going to work for everyone else but me. Let's talk about that. So if everything I will show you will work for you, if you follow this process, why doesn't it work for some people? It's the same thing that stops anyone from having and being what they want, even when the solution is right in front of them. It takes more than just great ideas, which I will give you plenty of, trust me, to transform your life. However, great ideas are useless if they're not implemented. Let's handle this now before we go any further. Does this take time, what I'm going to show you? Yes, of course it does. I'm not going to tell you it doesn't. It does take time. Have you ever known a get-rich-quick scheme that actually works and is legal? Probably not. Mastering yourself and your life doesn't happen overnight, but one thing is for certain, no one else can do it for you. So if you don't start, it won't happen. Not 10 years from now, nor 20 years from now. The years will pass regardless. Waiting does not stop time, though we try to tell ourselves that, right? I'm just going to wait and before I make this decision, as if time goes into suspension and you can just wait. No, we are getting older. Time is passing, time that you cannot get back. Once time passes, it's gone. Money, you can make more money, but time you cannot. So it only stops you. When you wait to make waiting only stops you. It does not stop time. So does this take money? Not necessarily. You will need to invest in your education and training, which means you will either spend extra time to find what you need to know, or you can pay for guidance and save yourself time. The information is out there. Everything that I'm going to teach you is already out there. And you can find it for free. It just might take you a very long time. So one way or the other, you have to invest in yourself, either through time or money or both. And why wouldn't you invest in the most precious thing you have? Your life. Like, what could there be more important to you to invest in than your life? Like most things, you get what you pay for. You wouldn't buy the cheapest parachute or the least expensive life jacket or anything else when your life is at stake. And whether you realize it or not, your life is indeed at stake right now. I don't mean like you're going to die or something like that. We all will at some point. But think about how you want to live the rest of your life. That's what's at stake. Don't wait for a life-threatening experience to finally see the value in your life and that the tools to access that value is right in front of you. Realize that there is nothing more important than investing everything you can into your life, because the dividends will keep compounding. You might blame obstacles for getting in your way, which cause you to fear failure and to feel like you're not good enough, so you hesitate or wait before truly committing 100% to giving your life your all. This is a tragedy, but you can change this now. You can find a way around any obstacle if you overcome the only obstacle that really matters: your own limiting beliefs. And we will address this. Once again, though, people just like you, here's Richard. A year's training with Self-Concept Group has left me much more at ease with myself. The excellent coaching, training, and learning shared in this group supported me in discovering some seriously uncomfortable internal structures I've been carrying around and transforming them so that I am holding much less tension than I used to. So you may be thinking, Damon, what if this is too difficult and I just can't make it work? I get this. Trust me, I tried everything before I got to what I arrived at here. This is not about how intelligent or talented you are. It's about understanding how you create value in your mind. You're already doing this. You're already doing this. You just need to understand it consciously, which anyone can do. And you may be thinking, but Damon, I've tried everything and nothing works. You haven't tried this. And in this case, you have nothing to lose. The most underestimated and overlooked tool when it comes to creating the life you want is commitment. Commitment, in a sense, is a transformation. And I don't mean just saying you're committed. Like, that's one thing. Are you truly committed? When you see that pathway in front of you, that you know this is it, and you say, okay, I'm going this direction and I'm fully committed. I'm going to figure this out no matter what. This happens less often than what people think. True commitment, when you're truly there, you're fully congruent with this choice. That's what true commitment is. And I say something, and I'll come back to this later, but I say never fully commit to a goal. It's like counterintuitive for a lot of people, and all that I said leading up to this. Always commit to your values. Those will never fail you. Those will always fulfill you. A goal, maybe yes, maybe no. And we'll talk about that later. So this is the last interview that not only that I did with Steve Andreas, my mentor, I believe this was the last interview he ever did. And I committed to him something when I went to visit him. I made a commitment to him. And that was to continue to fulfill the promise. Well, that was the commitment. Before he passed away, this was the commitments I promised him. To share the technology of transformation with as many people as I possibly can. To teach how self-concept works in order to strengthen it and change it when you want to, so that you can live a more successful and satisfying life. The words and quotes are Steve's own words as the purpose behind creating the self-concept model. To help people rapidly make their self-concept stronger, more resilient, and more aligned with your values and goals. To help people avoid the unpleasant pitfalls and consequences of a poor self-concept. To help people continually improve your life as you respond to unfolding events. Those were the reasons Steve wanted to teach what he was teaching, and before he passed away, I made these commitments to him that this is what I was going to continue doing. Does that sound good? What do you think? Awesome. Okay, great. When facing a challenge and when facing the unknown, your commitment is your superpower. If you are 100% committed, not one half, not 2/3, not even 90%, you will succeed at this, and your life will never be the same again. Are you committed to living the best life you possibly can? Will you commit to setting aside all distractions while we all learn together? This is the big one. It's so easy to keep checking your phone, to get up, come back, try to multitask. But if you're truly committed to this, you know how important this is, and you set those distractions aside. Will you commit to doing what I show you if it makes sense to you? If it makes sense to you, will you commit to doing what I show you? My job as a teacher is to make it make sense to you. So on your part, if you see it making sense, your commitment is you're going to do it. So this training is for you if you're committed to creating the life you want to live. This training is for you if you're willing to change, to even transform in order to create that life. It's for you if you're willing to heal any wounds that hold you back. It's for you if you realize that this training is just an introduction to get you to the next necessary step. This training is not for you if you're committed to clinging to resentments and blame. This training is not for you if you're unwilling to approach this material with an open mind. It's not for you if you plan to sit through this passively and not participate in the exercises. So often when I've done this training, people will come back and say, I don't understand. And then I start asking them questions because I'm trying to figure out at what point were they understanding and at what point did that fall off and they stopped understanding. They never even started the exercises. And I was like, okay, if you want to know why you don't understand, it's because you haven't been doing the steps that I tell you. the steps, the exercises will teach you far more than my words ever could. So in order to understand this, you have to do it. You have to be active. You have to be engaged. This training is not for you if you're offended if I make you an offer to invest in your coaching and training. So the first step here, first module that we're going to do, it's going to only be 3 steps. Vision, overcome, and transform. Let's get on with our vision. Now, I had been told from as far back as I can remember how important having a vision is. Not only for your life, but for your business. And when I got into my first business that I owned, they said, okay, you got to have a vision for your business. And I was like, okay, so I'll have a vision for my business. Let me just sit back and go, okay, what do I like to see? And so I made many visions in my life, and none of them were working. None of them came to be. And I just got to the point where I was like, okay, it's so important, but it according to everybody, but I can't seem to make one. How do you actually make a vision? And actually, I stumbled across it accidentally. But let's talk about what's important about a vision. And you probably heard some of this before, but you're not only going to hear why it's so important, you're also going to be able to do it and make it happen. So if you don't have a vision for what you want your life to be like, you're leaving it up to chance that you might haphazardly and accidentally stumble across it. I don't know about you, but I'm not willing to leave my life's fulfillment up to chance. How many of you actually have a vision for your life, or at least a vision for a particular context in your life? It's pretty important. How well is it working? Like I said, I had many. I created many visions. None of them worked. Most of us are functioning from I will believe it when I see it mentality, right? And that's a very logical way to think about things. But is it helping us? Is it really working? And that's why most people are not fulfilling their potential. I think it was Wayne Dyer, and I try to attribute quotes that I hear from the right people, and some people might come along and say, well, that Wayne Dyer didn't say it first. I understand, but it's not me who said it, so I'm gonna give it to someone, and this is the guy I heard it from, okay? He said, I will see it when I believe it. If you can't see where you're going, you're likely not going to take a step out in the darkness. You won't take risks. You will stick to only what you know and not grow. Right? That's the logical thing. Don't take that step out into the darkness. It's too risky. However, if you know what your core values are and you've created a vision based on them, your vision will light the way even in the darkest times. Imagine always having a lighted pathway showing you the right direction, especially when times are tough and confusing. Because that's when we really need it most. So I think what a lot of people do is they create a vision because it feels good, and this becomes more fantasy. And they like to just get drunk on that fantasy, and it doesn't really have any true connection with your values. And then when times get tough, that vision just goes away like smoke, and it doesn't help them. The kind of vision I'm going to show you how to create is when times are tough and challenging and you're questioning yourself, that's when this vision really kicks in and starts to drive you in the right direction. And that's a true vision. That's when you know you have a true vision. It doesn't matter how tough things get, it's still there, but not only is it still there, that's when its true purpose becomes known. A vision based on your values will always point you in the right direction, your direction. And it will happen even when you don't realize it, even when you're not conscious of it. In fact, it's stronger that way. So a friend of mine asked me, I did a recent video about this, so some of you might have heard this. A friend of mine asked me one time, and this is before I met my wife, he asked me if I had unlimited wealth, what would I do? So I said I would travel the world, and I would learn languages, and I would study history as I went through these to these different countries. Now, at the time that he asked that question, I was doing a lot of this work that I'm going to give you now, these exercises. I was doing these exercises repeatedly. So I was very clear about my values, and all he had to do was ask that question, and the vision popped in my head. As I was answering the questions, I could see myself walking around ancient ruins. They weren't distinct enough. I didn't know which country I was in. And I saw myself with a young woman with dark hair. I couldn't see her face. I couldn't see the details. I couldn't tell she had blue eyes or anything like that. And then a couple of years later, I'm walking through ancient Rome with my girlfriend, and I'm suddenly struck by deja vu, like persistent deja vu. Sometimes we get struck by deja vu and then we kind of just move on. But this wouldn't leave me alone. And in fact, it was like the next day, I was still like, why did that feel so familiar? Why does this place feel so familiar? And it was that moment that I realized I had stepped into my vision. A vision that was created from my values, not just, oh, that would be nice to have that, or it would be nice to travel to that place. This was a direct vision created from my values. And that's when I realized I was onto something. And then I tried it again, and I was able to replicate it. And that's why I started teaching this. So we're going to talk about how to go from want to value, right? We have to take that journey from want to value. And the hierarchy of your values, which ones are more important so that we can make really good decisions. And then we could vision from that. So think about something you want in the next 3 years, a goal you want to achieve, a material possession you would like to own, or an experience you would like to have. Now, we need to be specific about this, right? This is not, oh, I want to be happy. Okay, we'll get there, but this is a huge mistake a lot of people make. They go, oh, I just want to be happy, or I want to be fulfilled. That's not a goal, okay? We need to get a foothold here. So, and then another thing I see what a lot of people do is they're afraid to state a goal because they don't know for sure if they want that goal. That's fine. Nobody's going to hold you to this. And in fact, one way that you know that you're doing this right is your goal changes, okay? So this is not 100% commitment to your goal. Remember I mentioned that earlier. We're not 100% committing to this goal. We're just getting a foothold. Think about something you want. And it doesn't have to be 3 years. If you want it in a year from now, if there's a distinct goal, like how much money you want to make this year, perfect, go with that. If you want to buy a house, if you want to buy a car and you want to do that all this year, go for it. You don't have to wait 3 years. What I'm telling you with the 3 years is don't go too far out, like beyond 3 years. Then it starts to get a little more hazy. And we want to know that this is working now, okay? So no later than 3 years, think of a tangible goal. Experiences work because those are verifiable, right? When I say experiences, like you want to travel the world, that's a verifiable experience. And in that sense, it's tangible, okay? What is it? And how would you know it if you had it? As in, what would you see, hear, or be able to touch that lets you know that you have it? We need to ground this desire in the tangible, okay? This is important. And like I said, you can change it later. You're not stuck with this. So don't be afraid to state it. And another way to think about it is, how could a third party verify that you got what you want? That's how we know it's tangible. Let me see the comments here. On my place, sustainably, not work, have a passive income. Okay, choose one of those. Don't set too many goals. Just choose one. So it could be passive income. It could be, somebody says, my own place. Choose one or the other. Don't do both. And that doesn't mean that you can't run this process later. If you have multiple goals, that's fine. You can run this process for multiple goals. Just when you're doing the process, you need to do one at a time. I want to finish school and open my alternative recovery center. So again, Ginger, one at a time. Choose one goal. Don't complicate this with too many goals. Okay. Susan says, confused. Your vision came to you. You're asking us to manufacture a vision. No, I'm telling you the reason why that vision came to me was because of the work that I was doing what I'm going to show you in a moment. I was doing it almost daily. Okay. So when someone asked the right question, the vision popped up. Okay, I'm going to show you how to ask the right questions. It's not manufacturing it. And I understand why you're saying that, because that's what my previous visions were. They were just manufactured. But it was until I had a vision that was connected to my values that changed everything. Can it be a financial goal with trading? Yeah, absolutely. Just be specific about the goal and don't do more than one goal, just one goal. So somebody says their dream body. That's fine. But I'd get specific, like how much would you weigh? What would what would be your body fat percentage? It doesn't have to be all of those things. Just be specific enough about what a dream body is, because a dream body for you is going to be very different probably for someone else. So you need to know exactly what those metrics are. Ripped abs. Okay, that works. So someone says financial freedom. That's not specific enough. You need to know what would you, either the income you would have or the savings you would have, that would equate to financial freedom. Okay? So don't just say financial freedom, because that's too nebulous. And again, we're going to get there, because what you're doing is you're including a value here. We're going to get there. You need to be specific, though, to start off with. So I want to be able to have a good relationship with my girlfriend. That's a little more nebulous. So get a little more specific about what you would be doing if you had a good relationship with your girlfriend. So someone says, open my own business. Okay, good. Be specific about what kind of business you want to open. Someone says financial independence. Same thing with financial freedom. You need to know what would be in place that would give you what you call financial freedom. So how would you know it? How would you know you had financial independence? How would you know that you had financial freedom? What would be in your bank account? What would be your salary, et cetera, et cetera? Can this work with profitability and trading? Absolutely. I've worked with several traders. I want more than enough money to travel the world with my kids. Okay, then come up with what that amount of money is. Save $1 million for retirement. Okay, nice. Okay, I think you guys are getting it. A leading coach or speaker. So you need to be more specific about what that means. A leading coach. What would a leading coach or speaker, what would that be like? What would be how would you know it if you were a leading one versus a non-leading coach and speaker? Okay, so I'm just going over the comments. I'm seeing a lot of you are getting it. Somebody says complete a hard project. Okay, well, which project? What kind of project would you like to work on? Somebody just says health. Okay, we need more specifics about that. What about your health? Like, certain cholesterol, blood sugar levels, blood pressure? Like, we want to get specific to that. Okay, seems like in general, most of you have it. You're specific enough, it's tangible enough. Let's keep going on. So this is how this is going to work. You're going to ask yourself these questions. What do you want? That's the question we already asked. How will I know it when I have it? That's what makes this tangible, okay? If it's still up in the air and it's not tangible, then you need to ask this question. How will I know it when I have it? Like and it's not just a feeling. It's like, okay, I want to make $1 million. I want to make $1 million this year. How will I know it when I have it? I'll see the $1 million in my bank account, something like that, right? If I want to travel the world, how will I know it when I have it? Well, I'm in this country and in that country, and you're able to list off the countries you want to go to. Then we ask, what will that do for you? What will that do for you? Or, what's important to you about that? Now, the reason why I have it in two questions is sometimes one question is more appropriate than the other, depending on what your answer is. Or, one question sort of engages you more than the other. And feel free to alternate back and forth. I use both of these questions for myself. I use both of these questions for my clients. So what you want has to be stated in the positive, meaning what you want versus what you don't want, because this happens a lot too. I ask people, I say, well, what do you want? And they'll tell me what they don't want. We can't go after a negative, right? It has to be stated in the positive. So even if you start with what you don't want, that's fine. Ask yourself, what do I want instead? So I will say, what do you want? Well, I don't want to be broke. Okay. And you can imagine how that affects a person. If they're only focused on what they don't want, what happens? You have no way forward. If you went to a store and the clerk comes up to you and says, can I help you? And you say, well, I don't want socks. And the clerk will say, okay, I won't show you any socks. What do you want? And you say, I don't want t-shirts. You're going to be there all day, right? So we have to know what it is you want so you can actually move toward it. So if you don't want something, what do you want instead? Very important. So I want blank, like it could be that money goal, the house, the wife, the husband, etc. Then you ask the question, what will that do for me? What will having $1 million do for me? What would being able to travel the world do for me? It will give me, or it will do, whatever. Then you fill in the blank. And you take that new answer and then you say, and what's important about that, whatever the new answer is. So let's say I want a career as a coach. What will that do for me? It'll make me happy. And what's important about being happy? Or what does happiness do for you? And then you're going to have another answer. And every time you have another answer, you keep asking that question. What's important about that? What does that do for you? And keep writing down these answers. So what we're doing here is we're eliciting values. And according to Steve Andreas, a value is a generalization about an experience that is important to you. Happiness, joy, passion, persistence, determination, motivation, all of these are values. These are experiences that are important to you as they're bubbling up from your unconscious. You're asking these questions, and what that does is it creates a void in your mind. And your mind doesn't like voids. And so this is what creates kind of like a magnetic pull from your unconscious, bringing these answers in, formulating words for the experiences that are important to you. That's why it's extremely important to do this process. Now, I often get people asking, why don't you just give us a list? Well, because I would never want to rob you of this process. This is a very important process, to pull your values from your unconscious by asking yourself these questions. Does it take a little bit of work? Yes. Does it take a little bit of time? Yes. Would it be easier to just give you a list that you could pick off and just circle what values are important to you? Well, not only, it's not a matter of would that be easy, that would defeat the whole purpose of what we're doing. You are, as you're asking these questions, connecting with your unconscious. You're creating a channel of communication between your unconscious and your conscious that did not exist before. And this is what makes it so powerful. So if you need the framework here, here's the framework of the questioning. Remember, it's either what's important to me about whatever the next answer is, or what does that do for me? Either question works. So someone's asking if it's dependent on meeting the right person, maybe having a family doesn't work as a goal, but that's what I want more than anything. So I think that's fine. I think your goal being to have a family, I think that's fine. Now, the part that you don't control is exactly like who you meet and who they are, right? But you do have control over your own behavior, which is how you're going about this, meeting the right person, looking for the right person, not settling with the wrong person, right? You can do that. So I think it's fine. It's just when it comes to the steps, you really need to focus on what do you have control over. So I don't want you to drop that goal of having a family. I think that's fine. Okay, so, well, the comments are coming in so fast. Okay, so if you get something like safety and freedom as two of the values, then go to safety and say, well, what would safety do for me? Or what's important to me about safety? And keep eliciting values from that. And then you would separately go to freedom and say, well, what is important to me about freedom? Or what does freedom do for me? So don't stop, keep going. You keep going until you flesh this out completely, until you're almost out of answers. So two ways you know that you're done. Either you start repeating values you've already come up with. That's one way. Or you get to things like fulfillment, meaning, purpose, because those words are not specific enough to use as values. Like they don't give us very good information. It's the combination of fulfilling your highest values that then leads to fulfillment. Okay, so I see some people answering fulfillment right away. If you go from goal to fulfillment, you have a lot of missing pieces between the goal, the accomplishment of the goal, and the word fulfillment. That's what you need to fill in. What are the values that are going to get you to fulfillment? What are the values that are going to make you feel like your own purpose in life? What are the values that create meaning for you? Okay, so I see this happen a lot. I've even done a video. There's a video that I did with a woman named Mamta where I was eliciting her values, and she kept doing that. She would go from goal to fulfillment, and I was like, okay, we're missing a huge piece of connecting the dots, and so that's what we need to do. Okay, so somebody wrote here, freedom, passion, love, validation, excitement, luxury. Okay, freedom, passion, love, amazing values, awesome. Validation is not a value. Validation is something you do, and it's implied. Only you can validate what's important to you. So drop that out of there. And also when you put something like validation, it also leaves it open to you, like looking to others to validate you. Big mistake. You definitely don't want to do that. Excitement is fine. Just know that you can't sustain it. It's a passing state. And then luxury, it's not really a value. Luxury itself is not fulfilling. Luxury is a thing. So you need to find out what is the value behind the luxury. Okay, because luxury is not something we carry inside of us that we can fulfill. That doesn't work. Let's see. Okay, so I see things like, okay, we talked about fulfillment. That doesn't give you any good information unless you've already got a list of values that you've elicited. And then if you arrive at fulfillment, then you know you're probably done. But if you're saying just freedom, love, and fulfillment, you need to keep going. Keep eliciting using the questions for freedom. Keep doing it for the value of love. Leave fulfillment out of it. It's not going to help you here. Now, people often put confidence. Okay, confidence is the same thing as fulfillment. It's just a byproduct of fulfilling your values. Okay, so confidence is not going to help you. We need to know what is going to make you feel confident. Okay, if we just try to jump the confident, it's not going to work. And this is why I'm very critical of this whole fake it till you make it thing. Faking confidence just makes you fake. Fake confidence never turns into real confidence any more than lead will ever turn into gold. It does not work, okay? What creates confidence? Competence, capability. That's what you're looking for. So confidence does not belong in your list of values, neither does fulfillment because it's implied, right? And you're going to feel confident as well when you're fulfilling your highest values. That's going to be natural, right? Abundance is a value. And I see some people like, let's see, ability to meet physical and mental needs and daily life satisfaction. Okay, you're not done. Keep asking. What would that do for you? What is important to you about that? You need to get to the level of values. So someone says, independence will allow truly authentic relationships with others based in love and connection, not need. Okay, so your values here, this is old school dance fitness. Independence is a value. You said will allow truly authentic relationships, authenticity, with others based in love. Love is another value, and connection. Connection is another value. So right here, you have independence, authenticity, love, and connection. Now, take those questions and keep applying them to those values that are here. So what is important to you about independence? What is important to you about authenticity? What is important to you about love? What is important to you about connection? Keep working on this. Okay, so here's one that, like, it's going to sound good, but we need to pick the other stuff apart. Integrity, agency. These aren't really values because it's kind of implied. First of all, it's implied that your values work together. That's the integrity part. Agency, well, we're already implied that, you know, if this is your values and they're important to you, then you have agency over them. So if it's about agency and over something else, you have to ask yourself, do you actually have control over that? If you don't have control over it, we don't want to value trying to have control over something that we don't. If it is something that you have control over, then we don't need to put it there. It's already implied. So embodied creation, you don't need the embodied part. If creativity is a value of yours, it's already coming from you. So we don't need to say embodied. So it's creativity, and then it says love expressed. We don't need to say the expressed part. It's just love, right? Love without expression, I don't know, is that even love? So creation or creativity, I would say creativity, and love. And then expansion, aliveness, purposeful, collaboration. This doesn't really tell us a lot of good information. Maybe collaboration, if that's really important to you, and you think it's one of your values. It's usually more specific to being a value in a particular, like, actions that you're taking, not as much of an internal value that fulfills you. Okay, again, so somebody's put expansion. expansion isn't really a value. There's nothing you can really do with that, okay? So leave expansion out. It's not specific enough. Curiosity is good. Wonder, I guess it's very similar to curiosity, but that's fine. Value, natural state, childlike wonder. These things they're not distilled enough. So go with curiosity. What is important to you about curiosity? And keep going down that train. How do we define values and what's not a value? So the way that I'm going about it here, so like anything you value is a value, technically, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to help you understand what's going to be useful to you or not. So is fulfillment a value? Well, yeah, it is. It still falls under the definition of a generalization about an experience that is important to you, but is it useful? Okay, let me put it about this. Let me give you an example of what I mean. So let's say there's fulfillment and then there's passion. If I told you, go do what you're passionate about versus go do what fulfills you, you're probably going to be able to go and do the thing that you're passionate about much faster and know what that is right away than just saying, go do what fulfills you. You're probably going to sit there thinking, what really fulfills me? It's going to take a while. Why? Because it's so vague. Fulfillment comes when you're fulfilling multiple values at once. We need to know what the multiple values are. So that means we need to know what the more specific values are. So the advice that I'm giving you here is based on what is going to be useful words that represent your values. What is useful? This is not a right or wrong thing. I'm not moralizing here. It's about what's going to be useful. And I can tell you, using the word fulfillment to go after your values is not useful because it's just not, it doesn't give you enough good information. It doesn't give you enough specific information. See, freedom, generosity, autonomy. Okay, so Jacarino Soto. So you have freedom and generosity and autonomy. I would not use authority in your life. I would stay away from authority. It's already implied. You're the only one who's in charge of your life. So the other stuff, space, time, all that stuff, those are not values. Those are like dimensions of reality. Authenticity, creativity, assertiveness, and acceptance. Okay, so John Schweitzer, really good. I think you're already in our program. So authenticity, creativity, assertiveness, and acceptance. 4 wonderful values. Purpose, empowerment, self-worth. Okay. So we're getting to all the good stuff. All right, so the cool thing is we have time to do this, right? This is why you're here. Purpose, I've already talked about this. It's too broad, too general. It doesn't give us any really good information. And so if I said, let's add 11 tranquil camel. If I just said, go do your purpose, you're going to be like, I don't know what that is, right? That's why you're here, right? Now, if you said, okay, here empowerment is a good value. And if I said, well, what really empowers you? You're going to have some ideas about what empowers you or what you need to be empowered. So it's more specific, okay? So empowerment is good. Self-worth, bad. We don't want self-worth in our values because if we pursue self-worth, you're pursuing something that is not real, first of all, and something that will always keep you feeling less than. This is the same reason why perfectionism is not a value. Perfectionism is an impossible standard that you can never reach, so you will always feel bad about yourself. If you play the self-worth game, what does this imply? That your value can be measured. Well, guess what? Your value cannot be measured. The value of who you are in your totality cannot be measured. But when you pursue something like self-worth, that implication is in there. So what do? You try. And how do you try? You compare yourself to others. Now, you might feel good when you compare yourself to others who you think you're better than, but this is really about superiority in your ego, not about truly valuing yourself. But if you play that game, you can't shut that game off when you meet people who you believe are better than you. So then you feel inferior. And you're always going to be on this back and forth it's very unstable, between feeling superior and inferior. You want to get off that duality. So no, self-worth, drop that one. I've done videos about it, so I'm not going to go into too much more detail about it. but that is not going to help you. See, freedom, flexibility, stability, joy, authenticity, creativity, empowerment. Yes, that's all good. Happiness, spirit, stillness. So happiness is good. Spirit, again, this doesn't give us a lot of information about what you're trying to fulfill there. So I would get more specific. What about spirit? Stillness, once again, that's not really a value. Sometimes when things are still, that's a good thing. And sometimes when things are still, it's not a good thing. It's just too general. So break this down a little bit more. You need to find more specifics. So you can start with it. I'm not saying throw it out entirely. Just break it down more. Courage is great. Somebody says a sense of purpose, a value. I've already answered this, so I'm not sure if because of the delay or the time it's taking me to get to each person's comment. No, it's not. I mean, it is, but it's not going to help you. It's not specific enough. You need to know what the values are that you need to fulfill that is going to give you that sense of purpose, right? You can't just jump straight to purpose. Success, beauty, spiritual. Okay, success, definitely. Beauty, it really depends on your definition of it. If you're talking about like visual beauty, I don't think it belongs here. You can't really fulfill that. Okay, but if you have this sort of internal definition of what beauty means, and it's something that's not just something visual, then okay. I mean, I don't have that sense, but if you have that, then that's fine. And spiritual, again, spiritual is more like a context. Spiritual is not a value in the sense of a generalization about an experience that is important to you. You could say, well, maybe a spiritual experience, but spiritual experiences feel very different from one to the next. So you need to get more specific about what the value is. Self-realization, first of all, that's not a real thing. It's not a value. It's, again, it's kind of like that thing that people are aiming at. So look, let me put it this way. When you understand what your values are, your true values that we're talking about here, you will have that experience of self-realization. This is self-realization, by understanding what your values are and aligning with them, okay? So Abraham Maslow talked about this a lot, right? Now, a very wise man said, Abraham Maslow got the theory right, but he didn't walk the talk. Guess who said that? My mentor, Steve Andreas. Okay, he was mentored by Abraham Maslow. Okay, and he would be the first to tell you, first of all, the hierarchy of needs, too rigid. We don't live by a hierarchy, one set hierarchy. Okay, and this whole self-realization thing, it's like, it's something nice to aim at. There is no arrival, okay? Well, what I can tell you is if you know what your values are and you're engaging them and you're aligning with them, that's the experience you're looking for, but there is no final arrival. It's an ongoing thing for the rest of your life. So know your values and you're going to get what you want out of that. Growth is a value. The problem with flow as a value is it's more of a state. It's a passing state. You don't want to be in flow all the time. It's appropriate for certain times. It's not appropriate for other times. It's really a state. And I can talk a lot more about that, but I don't want to get sidelined because I understand the state very well. I also understand its opposite very well, but it's not really a value. It's more of a state. Growth is a value. How am I defining values? A generalization about an experience that is important to you. Efficiency can be a value, but it's not going to be very fulfilling for you. So if efficiency comes up, just say, okay, well, what is important to me about efficiency? The higher values that come out of that question are going to be much more important. Love, beingness, creativity, assertive, and acceptance. So beingness is not going to really be a value because we're all being right now, right? Okay, I think I'm getting a lot of the same questions because wow, there's so many of you, which is awesome. Peace, clarity, joy, creativity, and freedom. Beautiful. Let's see, who is this? A polite conversation, I guess, please. Very good, very good. You nailed it. So Andreas thought Maslow got the needs right. The hierarchy was dependent on an individual's value. No, that's a bigger. I don't know if I want to get silent with that conversation. We don't live by one rigid hierarchy. So, and even Maslow, at the end of his life, said such. He was off that whole thing. We don't live by one rigid hierarchy. Authenticity, freedom, peace, growth, and joy. Beautiful. Okay, you guys are getting it. Health is a value. Yes, absolutely, health is a value. I want to be a successful life coach because this is an effective and beautiful way to become a conduit of divine love, and that is the most important thing to do. So, okay, love. You didn't have to, we didn't need the whole explanation, but so love, and then what is important to you about love, and keep going. No, I don't use faith and trust. I don't really see that as a value, because what does faith imply? I'm going to believe something even though I don't know why, or I'm going to believe something without like a good reason to believe it. It's believing. It's there's a definition of what faith is, like suspending reality to believe in something that you don't know to be true. That's not what we want to do here. If you have spirituality is important to you, and that's important to you, and your spirituality, I'm not going to touch that. Whatever is important to you, if you want to go with that, fine. But for the sake of getting what you want, like, you don't want to have faith. You want to know. Right? You want to be able to see this. You want to be able to know that you have a path forward, not just I'm just gonna hope. Hope is not a value, by the way, because hope is an anti-value. You only reach for hope when you feel hopeless, and when you hope, you're basically saying, I have no agency here. I'm just gonna and that's why I'm hoping, because I feel like I have no agency here. There's nothing I can do about this. Like, I can hope that the sun comes up tomorrow, because I don't have any agency over whether or not the sun comes up tomorrow. But when it comes to my life, the life that I want to live, I'm not going to hope. I'm going to do what I can to make that happen. That's where I'm going to put my attention. When we hope or we have faith, that means we're directing our attention away from what we have control over. That is not what we want to do here. And for a different context, that might be appropriate, but that's not for the becoming who you want to be and creating the life that you want to live. We don't want to leave that up to hope and faith and chance. So peace, clarity, joy, creativity, and freedom. I already went over that one. Very good. Value for challenge. I really want to challenge myself, but I want to see how I can start with hard things. So challenge is great. I like a challenge, but you can also challenge yourself in ways that are not useful, not enjoyable, that are very unfulfilling. So challenge alone is just a neutral thing. What is important to you about challenge? You need to find out what are those deeper values that you're wanting to fulfill. And the reason why this is so important is because you'll take on challenges that will not fulfill you, that will not get you where you want to go if you just simply put the focus on challenge itself. You need to know what your higher values are that you're trying to fulfill by challenging yourself so that you choose the right challenges. See, passion, autonomy, success, competence, happiness, beautiful. Okay, you guys are getting this. So efficiency can be measured though, right? That's why. Sure, but one of the other problems with it is just like the one that I said about challenge. If you value efficiency, well, you can be efficient about for plenty of things that doesn't bring you any fulfillment, right? So direct your efficiency in the direction of what is important to you, your values. That's what's important to you. So you need to know what is important to you about efficiency, and the values that come out of that are going to help you choose where to direct your focus of efficiency or creating efficiency. What's the positive of procrastination? I think you might mean the positive intention. That's a question that you need to answer. Freedom, peace, love, compassion, philanthropy. Okay, so philanthropy is like, it's not an internal value. There's a reason why, though. There's a value behind that. So find out what is the value behind that. So what is important to you about philanthropy? So philanthropy that would be part of your plan. That would be a step you want to take. You need to understand what is the value behind philanthropy that you want to fulfill. Bravery, courage, fearlessness, empowerment, authenticity, freedom. Very nice. So let's see, this is Trish Diaz. So the fearlessness, I think you've got that covered between bravery and courage. Fearless is a negation. And again, we can't move toward negation. So if I said if you were, yeah, it's just not a good word to use, but I think you have it covered in bravery and courage. I can't imagine. Well, here's the thing about courage too, that's important to understand. Courage is not fearlessness. Courage is having fear and doing the thing that you want to do anyway, despite the fear. And that's more important than being fearless. It's hard to rid ourselves of fear, and we wouldn't want to. We just want to make sure that we're managing fear in a good way. So I don't like fearless as a value, but bravery, courage, empowerment, authenticity, freedom, beautiful values. What if you have two similar values? Just leave them in there. Like freedom and independence, yeah, that happens. Just leave them both in there. Can I please speak a bit louder? So you're the only one who's asked that. So my belief about that, or my assumption about that is that you're turned down too low. It's not that my microphone isn't working. In fact, I can see that it's almost bursting. If I go any higher, it's going to start to distort. Aesthetic pleasure, playfulness, success, courage, compassion. So I don't know what you mean by aesthetic pleasure. Pleasure can be one of your values. Just know that it's more of a state and it's temporary. There's not a lot of fulfillment that can come out of it. Playfulness is good. Success, courage, compassion, all of those are good. Somebody put safety and freedom. I think you put this before, but you got to keep moving forward. There's a lot more here than just safety and freedom. Okay, let me drop down again. There's so many of you, and I'm so happy about that. Trust me, I'm so happy about that. I just can't get to everybody's questions, but hopefully, like as I'm going through some of the questions or some of the values, you're listening to what I'm saying, and that's helping you understand your values better. I want to live a happy, empowered, authentic life. Beautiful. I think there's more here, so I would keep mining for more values, but those are really good. Can we go back to the original goal? Let's see, can we go back to the original goal to go down a different stream of values, benefits for this goal? Sure. Yeah, no, this is, yeah, okay, I think I understand what you're asking. You're basically, you got on this train or this track that you were going on and eliciting values, and you go, I'm not sure if I got everything here. Let me go back to the original goal and start eliciting values from that. Yes, absolutely. That's good. Let's see, happiness, peace, creativity, authenticity, independence. Beautiful. Woody A. David, 6223. Happiness, peace, creativity, authenticity, independence. Great. Let's see. Bridget says vitality, stability, self-trust. Okay, I think I've seen you here before. Okay, so we need to get into this a little bit more. Okay, vitality, just a little too vague. Like we need to find out what is packed inside of that. Stability, it's like, yeah, of course we want stability, but it's kind of implied. So like, let's move on from stability. What is important to you about stability? Start finding out more about that. Self-trust, it's kind of one of those things again. It's like, do you have a reason not to trust yourself? Like, is that an issue that you're dealing with? If it is, I would say get past this, find out what your true values are, and then do the rest of the process that we're going to do. And I think that whole self-trust thing is going to evaporate, especially what I'm going to teach you tomorrow as well. I know this comes up a lot, and it speaks to like a kind of insecurity, and I get that because I was there. Trust me, and it's getting in your way of seeing beyond it. So let's start seeing beyond it. Like if you trusted yourself, what would be important about that? Keep moving forward on it. Okay, let's see. Peace, joy, love, purpose. Okay, so David Sanders, peace, happiness, joy, love, beautiful. Purpose, like I said, doesn't really fit because purpose alone doesn't give you good information about what you're after. But so think about it like this, David. If you were fulfilling peace, happiness, joy, and love, would purpose not be a byproduct of fulfilling those four values? Yes, I'm sure it would be. So purpose itself is a byproduct. It's not something we can go at specifically and directly. All right, let's do a few more, and then we're going to get on to the next part. Determination, freedom, happiness, love, independence. Determination. Okay, that's good. As expression of value. No, because we're always expressing. Like it's just, what do you want to express? So if you want freedom to express, then the value is freedom, not expression itself. I'm curious about presence too. Yes, presence can work as a value. It can also work as a state. Is living your potential of value. Well, you need to know what the values are that you would align with. So in a way, values are such wonderful things, and why they're so important to understand is because they hold the keys to your potential, right? So let's say passion is a value of mine, well, if I pursue my passion, what am I doing? I'm pursuing my potential. I'm fulfilling my potential, okay? So again, potential is kind of like a byproduct of fulfilling your values. So no, it's not a value within itself in the sense that we're using it, okay? Find out what your values are, align to your values, and you're in alignment with your potential. You are fulfilling your potential, and that is why knowing your values is so important. Also, the same goes, everything I just said about potential and your values is true for motivation. Where does your motivation come from? It comes from wanting to fulfill your values. Motivation is not this sort of fairy that flies around and every once in a while you get blessed whenever it drops some motivation dust on you. That's just not how motivation works, but that's how a lot of people feel like it works, because they have motivation and they lose their motivation. They don't understand it. Your alignment with your values is what motivation is. When you can see what you want and you know you want it and you have that clarity, that's motivation. You just automatically go toward it. It's not like, motivation is not slapping your chest and running around on a stage. Motivation is not going to a Tony Robbins seminar. It's not true motivation, right? That's just excitement. That's getting you all worked up and everything. What happens when you leave? Your motivation drops, right? That's not true motivation. True motivation is being clear about your values and aligning with them. All right, let's do a few more. Fun, abundance, community, freedom, love, success, humor, authenticity, ease, forgiveness. Okay, so fun, abundance, those are great. Community, it's not really something inside of you. That's something outside of you. It's fine to value it, but for what we're doing here, it doesn't quite fit. Freedom, love, success, humor, authenticity, all wonderful. Ease, no. You don't want to have ease as one of your values. Now, here's the thing. We all need ease at times. It's the same. It goes for the comfort as well. Like, comfort is one of those things that, yeah, we need enough comfort, but we don't want to have it as one of our values. Why? Because if you focus on ease, you're never going to do anything that's difficult. And here's the thing. We're not trying to make things difficult, right? Sometimes when it comes to getting what we want, it will be difficult. When we grow, there's usually discomfort. So if we always stay in comfort and ease, and that's one of our focuses and that's one of our values, we never get outside of our comfort zone, we never grow, we never do anything difficult. So take that off of your list. That is not going to serve you. And here's the thing: when something is easy, great. Like, we're not going to move away from that and trying to make it difficult or hard. If it's just a bonus if it's easy, it's just a bonus if it's comfortable. We need enough comfort, right, to live and be happy and be fulfilled. But if we start pursuing it, there's very little fulfillment in it, and that doesn't stop a lot of people from trying. A lot of people will try to fulfill themselves through comfort and through ease, but it's very empty. It's very unfulfilling. You'll get a little bit, just a taste of it, and then it's gone, because you need something deeper than that. Okay, I think we've got this for the most part. And this is an ongoing practice. This is something you want to do, everything that I'm showing you, you want to keep doing for the rest of your life, because the more clarity you have about what you want, what's driving you, what motivates you, what fulfills you, it's just, your life is just going to continue to unfold and go deeper and deeper. When I first started understanding what I'm teaching you here and I started using it, that came up as a question for me: is it possible to be even more fulfilled than what I am now that I understand this? That was a good 12 years ago. And I still continue to reach deeper and deeper levels of fulfillment. So this is an ongoing thing you can do for the rest of your life. All right, so let's start moving on. And this doesn't mean that like, if you want to continue after this training, like for the rest of the day working on this, I absolutely encourage you to do that. Okay, there's always more to understand. And if this has really piqued your curiosity and you feel like, well, there's something more in there that I need to understand, or more values in there, yes, by all means, keep going. So I'm going to give you some examples of values. I don't do this before because I don't want you to pick them off of a list. I just want to kind of give you like some possibilities here. It's really important that you bring these from your unconscious, that you don't just pick these off of a list. But some examples here are like peace, love, joy, freedom, passion, fun, creativity, growth, humor, playfulness, happiness, authenticity, kindness, love, empowerment. I saw a lot of you had those exact values, so wonderful. Values that are too general, like I was mentioning before, too general to be useful, are values like fulfillment, meaning, purpose, contentment, and confidence. Okay, please pay attention to this, because I still continue to get questions about this. So please, I don't have to answer those and stop and answer those, and I can answer better questions. And not that it's a bad question, but it's a question I've already answered. Fulfillment, meaning, purpose, contentment, confidence. These are things that are byproducts of fulfilling your values. We cannot go at them directly. We have to go through your values, okay? Very important. Please write this down so that you don't include these in your list of values and that you don't keep asking me about them. I can spend that time answering other questions, okay? Fulfillment, meaning, purpose, contentment, confidence, all good stuff, but they're byproducts of your values. You cannot pursue them directly, so they don't belong on your list of values. Values that are traps, okay? Remember when I talked about what is useful and what is not useful? These sound good, but they are not useful, okay? Respect, power, status, self-love, pride, discipline, and willpower. Now, I've done videos on all of these, so I'm only going to go over them briefly, okay? Now, this often gets a lot of people challenging me, and I'm happy to have that conversation as long as we can still get to everything that I want to teach everyone today and tomorrow. I welcome the challenge because I think that creates better understanding if you're challenging me on these. And oftentimes other internet gurus or self-help and personal development gurus will actually tell you that these are the values you should be pursuing. And I'm here to tell you they're absolutely wrong because all of these are traps. Respect. So you don't have control over whether or not people respect you. Okay. So if you go pursuing that as a value, you're going to start people pleasing. You're going to start wanting people, you're looking for other people to validate you, and that is dangerous. You are the only one who can validate what's important to you. Always keep that locus of control to yourself. Now, this doesn't mean that you go around disrespecting people or that you're not a respectable person. Be a respectable person, and then the respect will be natural. But some people, no matter how respectable you are, will not respect you. To hell with them. Like, let them go. You don't need to get that person to respect you. Power. Power implies power over something, superiority. And we don't want to do that. And it's not a fulfilling value. We think it is. We're very seduced by power, but it only gives you a little taste and then it's gone. And that's what makes you pursue it more and more. And you've heard the saying, what do people with power want? More power. If power was satisfying and fulfilling, people wouldn't keep pursuing it to the point of destroying people's lives and destroying entire countries, okay? So some people might say, well, I don't mean it that way, Damon. I mean it as power over myself. That's just as bad. Or maybe it's not just as bad, but it's bad. That implies that you are two parts, and there's one part that does the overpowering, and one part that's overpowered. This is a very unhealthy way to see yourself and to work with yourself. You are one whole human being, all right? So connect with that instead of trying to overpower it, okay? Status, again, is one of those things that you don't control. It's also not very satisfying or fulfilling, and you'll end up doing a lot of probably bad things in order to lift your status up. Now, that doesn't mean that if you have status or you acquire status, that you shouldn't enjoy it. Enjoy it, just don't abuse it and don't pursue it. That's not really going to make you feel fulfilled, trust me. Self-love as opposed to love. Okay, if love comes up as one of your values, that's wonderful. Just let it be love. Why would you limit it by putting self in front of it, okay? Love is all-inclusive, right? If you start putting limits and qualifiers on it, is it really love anymore? And the other thing that this does is the same thing that I mentioned about power. When you say self-love, that implies that there's a part of you that does the loving and a part of you that receives the love. Now you've got a division between you. Now you've got an internal conflict. No, you are love. You are the source of love. You don't need to try to love yourself. It's already there. It's love, right? It's just there. Pride, same problems with power. So the strange thing is when I was growing up, I was brought up in a very strict Catholic household, and I was taught pride was one of the 7 deadly sins, but I was also taught to be a proud American and to be proud of myself and to be proud of my grades and all that, which makes absolutely no sense. Every single major religion and every single major philosophy in the world has a lot of negative things to say about pride, and I agree with all of them, okay? Pride is about self-importance. So we want to remove the self-importance. If pride came up, or proud came up in your values elicitation, you don't want to just throw it away. Just look at it and say, okay, well, if I were to remove the self-important aspect of this, what am I left with? And you'll typically have a very good value there to use, because this is the whole pride thing is we're confusing multiple values. We're confusing self-importance with good values. So remove the self-importance and find out what is the value that you're really after. Discipline and willpower. Here, it's the same problem with creating a division between yourself. Discipline and willpower imply that you're having to fight yourself to get yourself to do something, to discipline yourself. When I think of discipline, I think of either my parents disciplining me when I was a kid or my teachers in school disciplining me. This is not a pleasurable thing or something I want to move toward. And this is what most people think of when they think of discipline. Again, when you have to discipline yourself, you're implying that there is a discipliner and a disciplined. A part of you that disciplines, does the disciplining, and a part of you that receives the discipline. Stop. Don't do this. Stop dividing yourself. When you're clear about what you want, and that's everything that we're doing right now is getting very, very clear about what you want. When you're clear about what you want, you do not need discipline and willpower. You want it because you know you want it. You know you want it because it's important to you, and that is enough. You don't need discipline and willpower, okay? Discipline and willpower, you know, you see these people, especially on the internet, they're impressive, and if they really are relying on discipline and willpower, just know it will run out. At a certain point, you can't run on discipline and willpower for the rest of your life. It also implies that you're really miserable. Like, if you're constantly having to discipline and will yourself every single day, is that a really enjoyable, fulfilling, happy life? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me, and I did not find my fulfilling life through discipline and willpower. It was actually through letting those things go and getting very clear about what I want. And sometimes I get that compliment. People say, oh, you're so disciplined and you must have a very strong will. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying myself. I'm not here right now teaching all of you because I had to discipline and will myself to do it. I'm having a great time right now. So is this willpower? Is this discipline? The videos that I make on YouTube, is that willpower and discipline? To other people it might be because they might not enjoy it. I love doing this. Why would I not? So no willpower and no discipline needed. All right, so now we're going to get into the hierarchy of your values. And this is really important to understanding the order of importance of it. So hierarchy of values is the order of importance of your values for a particular goal or context. And this really helps you make good decisions about your goal as you're going to achieve it. So if you knew your deepest values driving your behavior, your choices, and your decisions in every area of your life, and you knew the order of importance of those values, how good would you be at making great decisions? Really good. You would make incredibly good decisions. And this is a part that a lot of people struggle with. They know what's important to them, but they get caught in these situations where like, that thing's important, that thing's important, that thing's important. It's like, okay, what do I do? Well, if you know the hierarchy of your values, you'll know exactly what to do. So let's say you want to make $1 million next year, and you ask yourself what's important to you about that and what that will do for you until you've elicited at least 5 very powerful values. Let's say those values are peace, passion, freedom, joy, and love, okay? So this is illustration purposes. I'm not telling you that this is the values you should have. The values you should have are the values that come from you. So what we're going to do is I would go, okay, peace. So, you know, I have my list of values, and I'm going to say, okay, out of peace and passion as it relates to making $1 million, which one's more important to me? And peace wins. So because peace beat passion, it's going to drop down to the next one. Out of peace and freedom, which one's more important to me as it relates to making $1 million? And in this case, freedom wins. So freedom continues on. Peace gets left behind for now. Freedom goes on, and I go from freedom to joy. If I could only have one as it relates to making $1 million, which one would I have? Once again, freedom wins. So freedom drops down to love, and I say, okay, out of freedom and love as it relates to making $1 million, which one wins? And because this is not my marriage, the context of my marriage, this is about money, then I'm going to say, once again, freedom wins. So freedom, I put a number 1 next to it. All right, and you're going to do this for all of your values. And what we're not doing here, this is very important, so please listen up because I don't want to keep answering the same question over and over about this. What we don't want to do is which one is most important is not a linear thing, meaning which one comes next, right? Or which one comes first. So for example, sometimes I'll see people's list of values and security is at the top and freedom is at the bottom. And as soon as I see that, I go, no, 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 you did this all wrong, okay? We are not looking for which one comes first. Yes, if you're going in a linear fashion, security, you would think, does need to come first. I have to feel secure before I can get to the point where I'm experiencing freedom. That is true. But security, in this sense, is not more fulfilling than freedom is, right? If freedom was most important to you, then that means you would stay there. And you would figure out, okay, so once you're secure, then what? There's no place to go. I mean, what do? Do you hire a bodyguard? You get a bulletproof vest? You get, a second alarm on your home? Like, there's nowhere to go for that. So security is essential, but it's not where the majority of the fulfillment is at. Very little fulfillment comes out of security, right? Freedom would have the most fulfillment, and then all of the values underneath it are what it's going to take for you to feel free, right? So we're not going by a linear procession of what has to come first and then next. That's not what we're looking for. Which one is the most important? Which one is the bigger category? More important because it has the most fulfillment in it. More important because it probably contains all of the values beneath it, okay? This is really important. So then you would take peace, I would take peace, and then go out of peace and passion. Which one's more important? We already knew that peace won. It lost to freedom, but we've already given the designation to freedom. So we skip freedom. And out of peace and joy, I go, which one's more important? I was like, well, peace in this case is more important. And out of peace and love, which one's more important? Well, peace wins again. So peace gets a number 2. Now, here's another very important thing, okay? Very, very important. So please listen up so I don't have to answer this question over and over. Make sure that you're bringing your attention to the context, okay? And in this context, the one I'm using for illustration purposes is making $1 million. That's the context. Or you could say the context is financial, right? If your mind starts to wander outside of the context, you're going to get very confused, okay? Because in different contexts, the hierarchy will change. In different contexts, you have different values. And if you have the same one, the hierarchy will shift and change. So this is where people get really confused. They go, well, in my marriage, peace is more important than freedom, and in my hobby, peace is more important than freedom, or something like that. And so this is where you get really confused. Bring your attention back to the context. The context is defined by the goal you chose, okay? So as it relates to the goal that you chose, which one's more important? And then what ends up happening is you have a number designation to each value, the order of importance as it relates to this context, and then you reorder it in the order of importance. So that's what you're going to do right now. And I'll look at the comments to check in if you have any questions about that. Values change in different contexts. Well, the hierarchy of them for sure will. Like, what's important to you in your marriage is going to be different than what's important to you in your business or your career. So yeah, it's going to change. And this is why Maslow's hierarchy of needs doesn't work. You have various areas of your life and various amounts of or various importance, and then that all shifts depending on the circumstances. So it's not like we are one fixed being in fixed circumstances. Everything's in flux. Is adventure a value? Yes, of course it is. Can you do the basic comparison question one more time? So you're basically, so when I started out, I had peace, passion, freedom, joy, and love. So I start at the top, just randomly. It's easy to start at the top, right? And I ask myself, as it relates to this context, making $1 million, what's more important to me, peace or passion? And peace won. So it drops down to freedom. And I say, out of peace and freedom, if I can only have one as it relates to making $1 million, which one will I take? And freedom won. So I set peace aside for now, and I continue on with freedom. Out of freedom and joy, if I could only have one, which one would I take? As it relates to making $1 million. Freedom wins. Again. So then I go to freedom and love. Out of freedom and love, as it relates to making $1 million, which one would I take? Again, freedom wins. So freedom gets a number 1 next to it. Then I go back to peace. I already know that peace beat passion. I know that peace lost to freedom, but freedom has its designation, so we skip down to joy. Out of peace and joy, which one's more important? Peace wins, so peace continues. Out of peace and love, which one's more important? Peace wins again, so peace gets a number 2 next to it. And then I carry on with passion, and then et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so Helen, satisfaction, that's along the lines of fulfillment. You are trying to satisfy your values. So satisfaction itself is a byproduct. So take that out and find all of your values. There's more here than peace, freedom, and contribution. So AD00028, this is really nice. Authenticity is number 1, peace is number 2, freedom is number 3, growth is number 4, and joy is number 5. Beautiful. Very good. Now notice AD00028. What does that feel like when you think about this area of your life and knowing not only what's important to you, but knowing what's most important to you in this order? How do you think you're going to make decisions from this point on? You're probably going to make some really good decisions. Abundance, peace, freedom, courage, passion. Very nice. Someone says, what do you do when your different situations have conflicting values that cancel each other out? So your values don't cancel each other out. What that seems to me, what you're asking is you haven't gone to high enough values, okay? A lot of your lower values can conflict. For example, fun might conflict with safety, right? Something you want to do that's fun is also risky. So those two are going to conflict. But these are what I call lower level values. There's not a ton of fulfillment in fun and in safety. Like temporarily, yes, but long term, no. What your higher values that I'm referring to, well, they're on this list here: peace, passion, freedom, joy, and love. These are much higher. So let's say freedom and peace and love are values in a particular area. There's not going to be any area in your any other area of your life where there's going to be a hard conflict in those values. Those values are going to be good in any situation. Now, how you go about fulfilling those values, strategy, not the values themselves, you might have a conflict there. That just means you need to change the strategy while keeping your attention on the values that you want to fulfill. So if you go to the higher values, they're never going to conflict from situation to situation. So responsibility as a value, that's kind of implied, is it not? Like, do you have to, so if you're being authentic, yeah, I just don't see the need to put responsibility in there. I mean, I guess you could, but like, I value responsibility too, but it's like, I don't have to focus on it. It's kind of just already implied. Peace, happiness, honesty, abundance, success, kindness, growth, authenticity, creativity, consistency. Beautiful. Okay, very good. 369 attitude. Well done. Is legacy a value? Not the way that we mean it. I would go with what's important to you about legacy and then elicit the values around that. But legacy itself is not something you can fulfill from within. Freedom, empowerment, authenticity, creativity, flexibility, joy, stability. Very good. Kelly Dreger, 8039. Very nice. Okay, belonging, happiness, creativity, love, evolution, competence, education. So belonging, you don't have control over. I would list the values of what's important to you about belonging, but belonging is not something you have control over. So I would not use that as a value. Education, education is kind of a thing or something you do. You might want to replace that with learning. So people value the experience of learning. Learning is a thing too. This is where sometimes values really ride the edge of an action or activity versus something you fulfill from within. But I can say for myself, I really love learning. So there's learning as an experience, and then there's also learning the doing. So, but education isn't an experience. Education is kind of a thing. And I value education, but it doesn't fit with what we're talking about here. Okay, I think you guys are getting it. Let's see. Oh, somebody, Daniel. Daniel, we've had a lot of back and forths. Knowledge, in this case, isn't a value, it's a thing. Okay, kind of what I was just saying about education. So love is great, freedom, serenity, all that works. Find something better for knowledge. Knowledge is a thing. It's not something you can fulfill from within. Abundance, freedom, success. So Tanachi, mastery, your business. You need more values. 3, there's definitely more here. And you want to know what those other values are because they will be very useful. Education equals growth. That works for me. I like it. Legacy of success, then it's success, not legacy. Can you go through how you get the ranking again? Okay, one more time just for you, Cindy. Cindrell? Oh, Cindrell. Okay. Okay, so if we start at the top, and these are just like, let's say the values that I came up with for making $1 million, then I just start at the top and I say, out of peace and passion, which one's more important to me when it comes to making $1 million? Peace wins, so it drops down to freedom. So if I say out of peace and freedom, which one's more important? Freedom wins. So I put peace aside and I continue on with freedom. Out of freedom and joy, which one's more important? Well, freedom wins. So then I go out of freedom and love, which one's more important? Once again, freedom wins. So I put a number 1 next to it. I go back up to peace and then I see that peace already beat passion. I remember that, so I don't have to do it again. I also know that peace lost to freedom, but that's okay because it already has a designation. And then I go out of peace and joy, which one's more important? Peace wins. So peace continues to drop down. And I say out of peace and love, which one's more important? Once again, peace wins, so peace gets the number 2. And then I just continue on and on. Okay, this shouldn't be that difficult. Also, it doesn't have to be perfect. This is a practice, and it's an ongoing thing. Passion is a value. Okay, so Dion, right? Support, no. Support is not a value. Support, if you're doing the supporting, it's something you do. If you're receiving the support, it's something you don't have control over. So take support off of, or you can ask yourself more about what's important about support. But support itself is not a value. Authority, I wouldn't do authority. Like, are we talking about expertise? Like if you have expertise, if you value expertise, and it'd have to be very specific, but authority is not something, authority goes back into that one about power and pride. It's about authority. If it's about a skill that you want to cultivate or an expertise, that's different, but I wouldn't use authority. It has too many negative implications. Resilience is a good one. Efficient feedback loop, that's not a value. Ultimately, economic and time frame. So freedom. You don't need economic and time, just freedom. So what I see that you have here, Dion, is resilience and freedom. I would then get clear about the other stuff. Health, freedom, joy, connection, authenticity. Okay, I'm surprised at how much I seem to value clarity. I wasn't expecting it to be even in the top. Clarity is super important, and it's hard to do really great things without the clarity, and that's what you're cultivating right now. Passion is a value. Goodness, my numbers keep changing. Security, stability, love, connection, peace. Okay, security and stability will definitely not be at the top of your list if you're doing this right, because there's very little fulfillment in that. Would I say that independence is the same as freedom? That is up to you to decide. Like, as soon as you start looking outwardly for other people to answer these questions for you, you're going off track. You need to answer that for yourself. That's where the clarity lies. And there's no right or wrong answer. It's really understanding what is important to you and what do things mean to you. I have other values that didn't show up this time from this goal. Should I? No, like, stick to the goal. Like, this is about understanding what's important to you about this. Don't just start grabbing random values that you know that are important to you in other contexts of your life. No, it's really about getting clear about why this is important to you. Okay, so we're going to move on. Yes, Daniel, wisdom is a value. Yes, you can use that. Is respect a value? No, this is why I keep talking about this. I keep saying, like, please pay attention. Respect is not a value. You don't control it. I mean, you can value respect, but you're going to go in a lot of bad directions if you pursue respect. All right, so here's where the magic starts to happen. And the magic has been happening. I don't want to make it sound like it hasn't been. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to see a blank screen or canvas in front of you, okay? And you're going to label it whatever the context of your goal is, or you can label the goal itself, whatever. But here's an interesting thing. Before we do that, I want everyone, please listen up. I want you to take a moment, now that you know your values, now that you know the hierarchy of your values, look back at the original goal. Is that still a goal that you want to pursue? Is that still a goal that aligns with your values? Okay, I got a lot of yeses. So I think maybe the no's are afraid to, to post it. Okay. So here's the thing. I would not be surprised at all if at least half of you say, no, that original goal doesn't align with my values. And that is really important to know. How many times have you pursued a goal and you achieved it and it did not fulfill you? I have, many times. Why? Because the goal did not align with my true values. The goal was aligned with maybe what my parents wanted, or what other people thought would be amazing or important, or I was trying to impress other people, or it was a goal based on what society thinks is a good goal, right? So it is so, so important to make sure that you're pursuing goals that actually align with your values, because that's the only way it's sustainable. That's the only way it's going to fulfill you. That's the only way that you're going to stay motivated. So somebody who keeps asking about security and stability and all that stuff, it's fine if that shows up as one of your values, but look, if you have a list of really beautiful values, like here, freedom, peace, love, joy, passion, it already implies that you have security and safety, okay? I don't feel the need to put those on my list of values ever. Why? Well, for one, I'm not in a war-torn country where security has to be something that I focus on. My life is not in danger, okay? The kind of security that most people are referring to is nothing that's life-threatening. And if that's where your attention is going to, that has to do with ego, that has to do with feeling insecure because of self-esteem issues and things like that. You're not actually under threat of death or physical suffering or anything like that. Some people are. I don't want to discount that. And for those people, security and safety should be at the top of their list. But if that's not you and where you live right now, and you're not about to be thrown out on the street, you're not sure, you know where your next meal is coming from, then focusing on safety and security is just a waste of your time. Focus on freedom and joy and those bigger values, and that implies already that you're safe and that you're secure. And if you really are suffering from self-esteem issues, what I'm giving you right now is the way out of that, okay? But by hyper-fixating on things like security and safety, like I said, where do you go with that? If you're already safe, if you're looking around and nobody's threatening you, your bills are paid, you know you're going to eat, you're not going to be thrown out on the street, let go of safety and security, right? You're already okay. Let's focus on the bigger stuff. And when you focus on the bigger stuff, like freedom, joy, happiness, all those things, that's going to make your security even stronger. Not by focusing on more security, but by focusing on going beyond it, okay? All right, and this is how we go beyond it. Imagine you have this blank screen in front of your face, and this screen represents the context of whatever the goal is. So if it's a money goal, the context is your finances. If it's a career goal, the context is your career. If it's, I want family or a spouse, the context is family, right? So see that canvas, blank canvas in front of you. And now, one by one, start to add your values to that. And just ask your mind, what would it look like? What does this look like? So in this case, using the illustration that I'm giving here, I would say, in my finances, what does freedom look like? And just add freedom to the canvas, okay? And let your mind have complete creative freedom here. Let it play. Just, you're asking, what does it look like? And just let it play. It doesn't have to be definitive, like specific. In fact, if it's not specifics, good. Visions are not specific. They point the direction. They don't tell you exactly how it's going to happen. They just point the direction. And so what the direction of this is what is going to fulfill you? What is important to you? So if freedom is important to you and you add that value, it's like, well, what does freedom look like in this area of my life? And then I keep going down the list. What does peace look like combined with freedom in this area of my life? What does love look like combined with peace, combined with freedom in this area of my life? Now I'm going to add joy combined with all of the other values. And now I'm going to add passion. So they all come together, all my values, all of your values consolidating into one visual representation. And it shouldn't be too specific. That's what your goal is, and that's what your planning is. The goal and the planning are the specifics. And those are all necessary, but first we need to know the direction you want to go so that everything else aligns to the direction you want to go. Your values point the way. So now we bring your values all together to one consolidated vision in front of you. It can be a movie, it can be a still image. Again, let your mind show you. I want to get to some of the questions here. Somebody said, well, I meant financial security, not physical security. It really comes down to it, the same thing that I was saying about security applies. If you are not in danger of going bankrupt, like this very moment, not like, well, if I don't do this and I don't, no. If you're not in this very moment, like about to lose all of your money, that I would say, yeah, then you need to focus on security. If that's what's happening, then you need to secure yourself immediately. That's the first thing you need to think about. But if that's not happening, you need to move beyond security. When you're hyperfixating on security, that tells me you're in a state of fear. And in a state of fear, we don't usually make very good decisions. So if you have your bills paid, you're not going to get kicked out on the street. You are financially secure enough to then move beyond focusing on security. If you keep using that as a value to focus on, you're never going to find your way out of it. You're never going to get to financial freedom that way. You have to start focusing on financial freedom. But if, like I said, if you are really about to be kicked out on the street, then security needs to be the first thing you're focused on. But if you have that handled, now you need to start really focusing on the freedom and the bigger values that you're looking for. If you keep going back to security, it's like the same thing with my physical safety. If I am physically safe, and now it's time to start thinking about like, well, okay, what do I get to go do that's fun, that makes me happy, but then I go, well, no, we have to really focus on this security. Then I don't do anything. Then I don't go anywhere. So you got to get beyond that. Project the image. How are you being literal or figurative? How can it possibly be literal? Like, unless I created a movie and I'm projecting it onto a wall with a projector, that would be the only way I could do this literally. So no, it is figurative. It is happening in your imagination. So of course, yes, see this. So somebody asked, I think what they meant to say was, what if I don't see clear visions of how each of these are fulfilled by the goal? So first of all, don't think about the goal while you're creating this vision. If you do that, that's going to warp your vision. And we want to get to the vision that is based on your values, so not held bound by your goal. It's based on your values, and your values are what truly fulfill you and what truly motivates you and where your potential is, okay? The goal is an assumption about what's going to help you get there, like a target to hit, okay? That's why when you understand this and when you have a vision, you will throw those goals out when they're not serving you. If you're moving toward that goal and you go, you know what? I don't think this goal is really getting me to this vision, then you throw the goal out and you replace it with another one. But when people don't have a vision, they don't understand that. They just know that, oh, I can't give up on this goal because, quitters are losers and all that sort of thing. And if I throw this goal out, then I'm lost. I don't know what else I'm going to do. But if you have a vision, you know better. You know that sometimes as you start moving toward a goal, you go, this isn't working out. The vision's more important because that's where my values, my fulfillment, my motivation, and my potential is. I only want goals that are going to support that. And if this goal isn't supporting that, it goes, not the vision, all right? And then we feel very, very comfortable doing that because we already know where we're heading. We know where we want to go. So it's easy to let go of a goal. That's why I said early on, you don't want to commit 100% to a goal. You want to commit 100% to this vision because the vision is a consolidation of all of your values. Your vision is what is important to you. Your values are what's important to you. Okay? A goal is like trying to thread a needle, right? And it's either you do or you don't. You either get it or you don't. If you place your entire fulfillment on threading that needle, wow, what a bet to make, what a gamble. You don't need to do that. You just need to keep moving in this direction, which is not, it's more like playing darts, you know, close counts, and you'll feel it. It's fulfilling every step of the way rather than hinging it all on just whether or not I thread this needle. I have this, okay, what if I have two distinct visions? I mean, if it's all for the same goal or all for the same context, then just put them together. I don't understand. I have multiple visions for multiple areas of my life, but I don't have multiple visions for the same area of my life. That wouldn't make sense to me. It sounds like it'd be really confusing. And then again, the literal figurative image, I don't understand that. Do I see myself? Do I see myself in the image? Good question. Just give me a moment on that one. Damon question. In the beginning, I had a feeling of nervousness, but then going through the mental picture, it cleared it. Good. What if your movie is dependent on the behavior of others? Then you need to make a different movie. I see myself like in a movie doing all the things my heart desires with compassion, passion, and true generosity. Not sure I get the context you asked me to put on my screen. Well, it's the context of your goal, but it sounds like what's working here is working really well for you. So is it possible to have one big general life vision? Yes, but it usually is not very useful. So what I would suggest is you do all that I'm teaching you. You chunk your life down into 3 to 5 major life contexts. And then you do this same process for each context and create a vision for each context. Now, what might start to happen for you is that your visions start to blend together, and then you do have this very big panoramic general life vision. And that's fine. It's also fine if it doesn't happen that way. If you still have distinct visions separate from each other, that's fine too. Okay, yeah, this is true. It says, well, to be honest, almost everything is at least somewhat dependent on others. We don't live alone in a cave. I agree with that. So, for example, when I saw my vision and I saw that there was another woman there, that was part of my vision, and that was also something that was coming for me that was important. I wanted someone to share my life with. Is that dependent on someone else? Yes, but it's not dependent on a particular person. And the details of what she looked like was very vague. So there were a lot of people who could have fit those specific details, just brown hair and petite. That was all it is. So yes, that is true. But like what I'm talking about where you don't want to be dependent on others is other people validating who you are. Or like for one person I was working with, I was a one-on-one client. His thing was he was a basketball player. He taught basketball. He wasn't professional. And he wanted to work with Michael Jordan. And I was like, okay, I mean, it's nice to like have that as an idea, but like that's placing an awful lot of dependency on one particular person. So it's okay to kind of dream about that, but you don't want your vision to be dependent on something like that. That's one particular person who you have no control over and who can, it doesn't even matter if you become this world famous basketball player. Michael Jordan still might not want to talk to you. That's just how it is. So you don't want to place dependency on that. So somebody put financial security equals autonomy or freedom. So are they exactly the same to you? And if so, then I would put your attention on autonomy or freedom. They're not the same thing. There is security, whereas you've secured yourself financially, so you're not in trouble. But you can get there before you can be fully autonomous and financially free. These are two ends of the spectrum. And if that all blurs in and you don't see the difference, you might struggle to get there because you don't really see a difference. So yes, security is a part of my life, but I don't focus on it because I'm not insecure in any way. Like I'm not secure within myself. I'm not insecure within myself. I'm not financially insecure. There aren't, bullets and rockets flying over my head. So why would I focus on that? It doesn't make sense. Now, if something changes and I need to focus on that, then that shoots to the top of my hierarchy. But no, right now it's not something I have to focus on, nor should I. No matter what value I choose and when it would be. Okay, thanks for freedom, joy, yes. Yeah, you can so I would recommend that you redo this about every 3 months to start, and then after a while you'll be so clear about these things that it may be once every 6 months, and then it starts to taper off more and more after that, because You're always so connected and clear about what's important to you. Okay, I think you guys are getting it. All right, so somebody asked about putting an image of yourself, and yes, you should do that. Put an image of yourself inside your vision, looking back at you, okay? So this is the disassociated part that's really important. And just do from head to shoulders so that you can't really see yourself doing anything in particular. And why that's important is because we don't want to make your vision necessarily behavior specific or behavior important. Like your vision is only tied to that behavior. We don't want that. We want this to be more general because there might be multiple behaviors you need to do, right? So we want to remain open. So see yourself from about head to shoulders and make this image of yourself the you who is living this vision, the you who's really doing this. And it could just be something like the sparkle in your eye, the glow of your skin, just something like that, the relaxed muscles in your face, a little bit of a slight smile, just something that lets you know that this is the fulfilled, content, satisfied you who is making this vision happen. And the whole point of this is to make both your vision and this image of you very compelling, very motivating, so much so that you feel the pull, like it wants to suck you into the vision, but don't go into it. I mean, if you want to step into it just to see what it's like, that's fine. Just make sure you step back out. You need to see this vision in front of you. You need to see that you in front of you. And this is going to be your motivation, your connection to this. And even better when this slips into unconsciousness, because now you're not negotiating with it anymore. It's just guiding the way. It's lighting the way for you, okay? So go ahead and do that now. Add the image of yourself. Make it that image of you that is very motivating, very compelling, that you want to move toward this you want to move toward this vision. This is what you want. You want to be there yesterday. That's how motivating it is. And you want to stay there in that motivation. You don't want to do what the other people say in the vibrational manifestation where you assume it's true. That will only kill your motivation. Okay, so we don't want to do that. So keep it in front of you. Go ahead and do that now. I'll give you a few moments. Okay, somebody asked why we can't see our whole body. I just explained all of that. So I'm not going to do it again. Like a hologram? Sure, if that's what makes it more compelling. And for a lot of people it does, or having more than just 2 dimensions, like 3-dimensional, holographic, whatever works for you. Making it bigger, brighter, whatever makes this more compelling, do it. Okay, I already mentioned this about it's a disassociated image. When you can see yourself, that's disassociation, okay? And it's not about power, so leave power behind. Well, you definitely want it to be yourself. Why would you want it to be someone else? If it's someone else, you can't become someone else. You can only become this person you're seeing in front of you who's living this vision. So values are fine. Money is a lot better. Well, without value, money has no value. So value, if you value money, and so you had a stack of it, but you were in a place where you couldn't use the money for anything, it would be useless to you, meaning it has no value. So money has the value that you project onto it. Money does not have inherent value. So somebody's asking, is this something we imagine or create something like a vision board? No, you imagine it. Like you would not, this is why, so people might claim that vision boards work. They never work for me. And when I talk to a lot of people who make vision boards, I ask them honestly, does it really work? Can you show me evidence that you went from vision board to real life? And most of the time they can't show me that. This is why this is so powerful, because it's coming from your mind. It's not 2-dimensional images you printed off the internet. And it changes. This continues to change and evolve, whereas a vision board doesn't. And it stays right here in front of you all the time, even when you're not conscious of it, whereas a vision board stays next to your bed or something like that. And you only see it once or twice a day. So somebody said, I'm feeling some resistance to the vision. That's a good thing, actually, and we're going to address that. Can I add auditory to the image? Absolutely. If you're a very auditory person, and what will make this more compelling is by adding the auditory channel to it, absolutely. It could be music, it could be your own voice, it could be other people's voices. Please do. Like, yeah, add that. I should have mentioned that before. Thank you for reminding me. Movement, of course, is okay. Like I said, it can be a movie, it can be a still image, whatever makes it very compelling for you. Yes, let it stay where it is. Don't try to swish it or anything like that. Just let it stay where it is. Don't try to move it. Well, the problem with kinesthetic is that if you get into too much of the kinesthetics, you'll start to associate into it, and we don't want that. Somebody says, I'm getting more of a feeling than specific images. Is that okay, or do I try to get... So here's the thing. You would not be getting those feelings if you weren't seeing something. So there you are seeing something, you're just not clear about it. It is worth getting more and more clear about it. Don't try to make this like I'm pushing myself and pressuring myself. Just sit with it. Just sit with it and just be like, okay, well, if I'm feeling this, trace the feelings back to what is it you're seeing or hearing. Feelings are not random. Emotional and evaluated feelings don't just pop out of nowhere. You're giving your attention to something. And when it feels like it's random, it's because it's that whatever your attention is unconscious. But again, your emotional and evaluated feelings are always a response to something you're giving your attention to. Okay, very important to understand. So you're seeing or hearing something if you're having those feelings. You keep it disassociated. Yes. So here's the thing. If you jumped into the vision and imagined and assumed it was already happening, why would you even go forward to try to make it happen? Now this goes against what you'll hear in a lot of that vibrational manifestation stuff. If you've seen any of my videos, you know I'm very critical of that stuff. It will kill your motivation if you jump into the vision and pretend like it's already happening. Why would you move toward it? And the best analogy I can give for this is if you saw in the distance a bunch of people, your friends, your family, your favorite people in the world, having a party. And not only were they having a party, they were doing your favorite activities. And you saw them at a distance. How motivated do you think you would feel to get to that party as quickly as possible? You would feel extremely motivated. Okay, jump forward. Imagine you're already at the party with your friends and family doing the activities. How motivated are you to get to the party now? Not at all, because you're there, right? So this is how motivation works. If you pretend and assume you already have something, then you have zero motivation to go toward it. So this is like when I talk to a lot of these motivational people, not motivational, manifestation types, they will claim they have all of these things, they've gotten all that they wanted. And so when I start asking specific questions about it, they get really uncomfortable because they haven't gotten anything that they wanted. They're just pretending. I don't know about you, but I'd rather like really live the life and really have the stuff I see in my visions rather than pretending it. And there's only one way you're going to get there, and that's by being motivated and knowing that you're not there yet. So kinesthetic is okay if you're talking about emotional and evaluative kinesthetic. That's different than kinesthetic perceptual. Okay, if you're into NLP, most of the time you never learn this distinction, which is not good. Kinesthetic perceptual means touch and proprioception, as if you're actually living something. Kinesthetic emotional and evaluative is those emotional and evaluative feelings that you feel. It can be anything from looking at a menu at a restaurant and then you have that felt sense of, oh, I want to eat that. That's an evaluative kinesthetic. You feel that in your body. Then there's an emotional kinesthetic, which is very similar to the evaluative, which is I see something and I see a movie that makes me happy, or I see an image that makes me happy, or I see an image that makes me sad. All of this is a response to something, kinesthetic, emotional, and evaluative. Okay, so if you're looking at your vision and you're feeling those kinesthetic, emotional, and evaluative feelings, good. That's the whole point. If you're looking at your vision and you feel like you're inside of it and you're doing the things inside your vision, that sounds like you're associated and you'd want to pull out of that. You don't want to be associated. Okay, that's how you create a vision. And I don't know anyone else who is teaching this. And it was the only way that visions actually started to make sense to me and that I could actually use them for real and make them happen. Your vision will be your compass, showing you the way even when you're in unfamiliar territory. So your vision is not there to tell you how to traverse the terrain. It's there like a compass to tell you the direction you always need to go. So it's not a map, it's a compass. I love this quote by J. Krishnamurti. You have to be a light to yourself in a world that is becoming utterly dark. Your vision gives you that. So you stop looking to other people to tell you how to do you or how to do your life, and you create your own visions. And that's what lights the way. And it's radically better than a vision board, isn't it? If you're not sold on that yet, you will be if you use this process. You take it everywhere you go, unlike your vision board. And vision boards are old and outdated. They're two-dimensional images, they're static, they don't move, they don't evolve. Your vision does. Your vision is alive and dynamic and changes automatically as you grow, okay? And even better, like I said, when it becomes unconscious, because then it's guiding your way without you even realizing or having to put that effort into it. Again, I want to show you everyday people just like you are making this work. Here's Jennifer. Personally, I'm still in awe of the transformations that I have experienced in just a few weeks. I call it magic because sometimes I see myself changing in a few minutes, and I am left not believing that the change could be that simple, that fast. Do you realize now how eliciting your values and creating a vision will set you up for success? This does take some practice, and you will get better at it the more you do it, okay? It's not about perfection, okay? Are you committed to using this in order to create the life that you want? All right, so I was looking over some of the comments, and there was a question, was the goal that we elicited the values from meant to be sort of like a doorway to your values? And yes, that's a very accurate way of thinking about it. So when you're creating the vision, before we did that, one of the things I asked was, does this goal still align with these values? So if not, then we switch out the goal. So that would change the way that the vision looks. The focus is the values. The focus is the vision. The goal is secondary. The goal is, we start off with a goal just to get a toehold into understanding, getting into your unconscious and finding out what those deeper values are. Now, someone asked about what is a value, or they meant like a core value, and we throw these words around like core value, deeper unconscious value. So what is that? What do I mean by that? So the definition we're working from is Steve Andreas' definition. A value is a generalization about an experience that is important to you. So we go deep, really deep with that, because your unconscious is usually steering the ship, so to speak, more so than you think. And the strategies in which we use to fulfill our values sometimes are good and sometimes are not. And that's really based on our map of reality. And if you've done any NLP training, you've probably heard that before. So what we're looking at is remapping our reality. But how do we know how to remap our reality? We need a vision, we need a direction, a North Star. That's why we want to start with desire. What do we want? Now let's go deeper with that. Let's find out what are the values that we're trying to fulfill by achieving that. And what this starts to do is it gives you a lot of clarity, and also starts to separate you from getting confused with the external values and external validation. What people think you should do, or what would give you high status in society or your culture. And it's not to say that it's not okay to want those things. It's fine to want those things. We want to understand, well, what are we really after? What are we really trying to fulfill for ourselves? And then getting in touch with that and really staying connected to that, creating the life that supports that, it becomes rather automatic. And I can say, I don't want to say that it's effortless, because it will take effort, but it doesn't feel like it's a ton of effort. It feels very natural. You slip into it. It feels good when you're aligned with your values. That's what creates self-esteem. That's what makes you, when you're aligned with your highest values, that's when you start feeling things like purpose and meaning. So when we talk about core values, we're really talking about like those really deep values that are you probably weren't consciously aware of. Now you could say a value like happiness, you might say, well, I'm consciously aware that I want to be happy. But what you might not have understood is how you were connecting that to something you desire. And that's the deeper understanding that we want. And sometimes I'm doing a values elicitation with a client, and some of these words start popping out, like joy and happiness and peace, and they'll go, I had no idea that I was really after, this is what I was really after by going after this goal. And so this is the wonderful thing that we want to start uncovering, because when we do that, we also realize that sometimes our goals are not really aligned with our values, or our strategies are not going to really get us there. And so with that clarity, we can start being more effective and more efficient about getting what we want and creating the life that we want. What is a value and not a value? Well, value, remember, just go back to it's a generalization about an experience that's important to you. So if you'll see me saying, well, don't use this value or do use this value, that really has to do with, it's not that it's not a value, it's that it's not a very useful one, like fulfillment and satisfaction. Of course, we want that. When we fulfill a value, we're looking for that fulfillment and that satisfaction, but just focusing on fulfillment and satisfaction, it doesn't give you a lot of good information about how to do that. Now, if in your values you had passion, joy, freedom, that's a little more specific. And if you fulfill those values, you know you're going to be fulfilled. Fulfillment is a byproduct of that. Okay, so there will be more questions along the way, I'm sure. Let's get started on Module 2. So let's go ahead and shift over to the slides. There we go. So everybody should be able to see the slides. Yesterday we worked on vision. We elicited values, created a vision, and then the last question I asked you was, is there anything stopping you? And people wrote things like fear, not believing that I can do this. And so that's what we're going to address now, is that resistance, those objections, the noise that comes up and says, no, you can't do this, or it holds you back from doing it. So let's dive into that. So what is the importance of this? How many times have you complained to yourself about procrastinating, being lazy, self-sabotaging, being afraid to fail, and even worse, fear of success? I hate that term. All of these terms are not helpful, and in some cases, they're actually harmful. So let's just call this resistance. Resistance is what is holding you back from changing even once you're clear about what you want. So remember, I talked a lot about clarity yesterday and how important clarity is. You could almost say it's the most important step, because without that clarity, you don't even know what step to take. Then once we have that clarity, that's usually not the end of the story. Then comes the resistance, the things that we feel like we have to work through, whether that's our own negative feelings or our limiting beliefs, or is it just a matter of like, I don't know what to do? Sometimes that's how resistance comes up. Sometimes just knowing your values and having a vision is enough. But if you don't immediately make the changes in order to actualize that vision, it means something is holding you back. The good news is that once you understand what resistance really is, it's not difficult to deal with. How do you feel right now when you think about always being able to handle any obstacle and any resistance you experience? You will become unstoppable when you do what I'm about to show you, because you'll never be stuck again. You'll know that there's a way around this. So what we're going to do is elicit the resistance, elicit values of the objection, and then integrate those values into the vision that you created yesterday. So we'll first understand what resistance is and what it is not. There's probably more misunderstanding going on with people when it comes to their resistance than any other part of this. And I especially when I hear other, I guess, self-improvement gurus talk about the mysteries of resistance as if it's like some part of you that's working against you, and it just usually turns people and keeps them going down the wrong direction. And this is easy to correct with just this simple understanding. So this is really important to start your understanding with this, that your resistance is not some part of you that wants you to fail. That's probably the worst thing that people think, and it's probably the most common. It actually, this part of you, whatever feels like is resisting, actually wants you to be fulfilled just as much as any other part of you. So why does it resist? There's two parts of the mind that we often talk about, the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. People might say, well, what about the subconscious? Subconscious is just another way of saying unconscious. I don't prefer that word because sub makes it seem like it's less than. And your unconscious mind is in no way less than, and in some ways it's more powerful than your conscious mind. So these are not two separate minds. So when we talk about them separately, we want to keep this in mind, that they're actually not two separate minds. They're both parts of one whole mind, right? This is a unified mind. We just are pointing at different aspects of it. The conscious mind is all that you're consciously aware of. Very simple, right? I'm consciously aware of what I'm talking about right now. That's what I'm consciously aware of. And then I can move that consciousness to other things. I can look around, or I can listen, and then I can, put other things in my conscious awareness. The unconscious mind is just all that is happening in your mind that you're not consciously aware of, like what's making your heart beat, your eyes blink, and of course, annoying ruminating thoughts and beliefs. Most of our beliefs are unconscious, and it's your beliefs that are really governing your sense of self and your sense of reality. And we also have resistance in our unconscious. And that's the way that it appears, because we're not conscious of the origin of it, but we can be. So here's what we need to understand. All resistance has a positive intention, a value it's seeking to fulfill. All parts of you, even the ones creating resistance, are valid and they seek fulfillment. You cannot willpower or discipline resistance away. It only makes it worse. All resistance is outdated programs seeking to fulfill an intention you gave it at some point in your life that has since become isolated from the rest of you. And I have a story to tell you that really illustrates this. Does everybody know who Hiro Onoda is? Maybe not. He's had a fascinating story. He was the last Japanese World War II soldier to surrender in 1974. 1974. 29 years after Japan surrendered. In 1944, he was sent to an island in the Philippines and ordered to do all he could to hamper enemy attacks, and under no circumstances was he to surrender or take his own life. He continued to fight for Japan despite the end of the war, despite repeated attempts by Japanese officials, Filipino officials, and even his family members' pleas to surrender. He simply did not know that the war had ended because he had lost communication with Japan and didn't trust anyone that they had sent to find him, not even his family. Not until his commanding officer, who is now a bookseller, put on his old uniform and met with him and gave him new orders. Though not the only Japanese soldier to be found still fighting long after the war had ended, but the most extreme. In order to get these soldiers to come out of hiding, they realized that trying to fight with them only validated and strengthened their resistance. Okay, so start thinking about how this relates to your own resistance. Trying to fight it just makes it stronger. And we want to come to that realization that really that resistance is like a soldier still fighting for a cause you gave it. To get them to surrender, they would find their commanding officer, have them wear their old uniform, and call out to them, thanking them for their service. So what happened here? The family members of these soldiers, they would come out, try to bring them back, and the soldiers would be thinking, this is a trick, right? And it wasn't until the person who gave them the orders put on their old uniform and came back and gave them new orders, okay? This is basically what you're going to do with your resistance. If you're fighting your own resistance, stop. It's not helping. And that's why I talk so much about willpower and discipline not being the answers, where people will still insist on that. You still see these hustle culture gurus saying this. You just, beat yourself into submission. And that's the answer. Okay, maybe you'll accomplish the task, but you'll be miserable doing it. Stop resisting resistance, or else you make the resistance stronger. So once you've created your vision from your values and you've added that ideal image of yourself, you ask yourself a simple question. This is the last question I left you with yesterday. What stops me from making this vision a reality? And if nothing's stopping you, you don't feel any resistance, no objections, great. You should already be in motion, turning that vision into a reality. There should be nothing in your way. You should be already taking action. Nothing is stopping you. There's no resistance. Just go. But chances are that's not what will happen, and that's not what's happening for you. You're likely to say things like fear of failing, fear of disappointing myself, not enough money, not enough time, too old, too young, not good enough, not capable, it's too difficult. This is what resistance looks like, or what it sounds like. A lot of us hear voices in our head when we think about wanting to do something, and that voice jumps in and says, no, you can't, you're too old, you're not good enough, you're too young. Any of these things, and also it doesn't have to be a voice, it could just be a feeling. It's time to reframe your objections by focusing on the positive intent driving your resistance. So we need to go back to the core, just like with the Japanese soldier. We need to go back to, well, what was his purpose from the beginning, and what new orders do we need to give that soldier? Another word for positive intent is value, and you're very well acquainted with what values are. You've been working with them. You worked with them for hours yesterday. When you have a fear about something, you're focused on what you don't want. You're more focused on what you fear. That fear is so blinding that it blocks out what you do want, so that all you can see is what you don't want. And this is why I kept going on and on about people choosing security and safety so much in their values. It's like, if you're choosing that, so again, if you are really unsafe, if something is unsafe, then yes, that is your priority. Put safety above all else and fix that problem before moving on. But most of us are not unsafe, and even financially, like, we're okay. And there was so much about financial security, and it's like, okay, are you able to pay your bills? Are you able to pay your rent or your mortgage? Are you okay? Like, if you have so little money that you're about to be evicted or kicked out, then yes, security, financial security is the main thing. But if you're okay and you're still so overly focused on security, what does that mean? That means you're focused on a lot of the things that you're afraid of. And by doing that, you're blocking out the pathway to get to where you want to go. So what do you want instead? What do you want instead of what you're afraid of? What do you want instead of what is holding you back? So you're going to ask yourself these questions. What stops you? Whenever that comes up, it's usually going to be stated in the negative. You say, if you look at your vision, you say, what stops me? And you say, fear of failure. Then you're going to ask yourself, what do you want instead? We cannot work with a negative. We cannot go toward a negative, right? If you don't want failure, and that means you're focused on failure, but we can't move toward that because that's what we don't want. But now you haven't given yourself a direction to move until you flip this and you say, okay, if this is what I don't want, what do I want instead? Now we have it as a positive, and we can move toward it now. And then you ask, what's important about that? Remember these questions? You elicit the value behind the fear or the resistance. So if it's a fear of failing, and you say, what do I want instead of failing? Or if I have a fear of disappointing myself, and I say, what do I want instead of disappointing myself? It's probably, when it comes to fear of failing, you probably want success instead. More than likely, but you have to ask yourself these questions. These are just for illustration purposes. If it's a fear of disappointing yourself, what do you want instead? Maybe you want to be happy. Maybe that's what that's about. But focusing on trying to not be disappointed, or focusing on trying not to fail, is not going to get you where you want to go, because you're focused on the thing you don't want. And when you create a lot of clarity about what you don't want, that's what your unconscious moves towards. Your unconscious is not hardwired to be the slave of your conscious mind and just do whatever you tell it to do. The main role of your unconscious mind is to keep you away from confusion and chaos and move you toward clarity. And your unconscious mind will do that even if the clarity is about what you don't want, because it doesn't know what your conscious mind doesn't want that. So when you focus on, like, making a mistake because you keep telling yourself not to make that mistake, more than likely you are rehearsing making that mistake. And you're more likely to make that mistake when you do that, because you have a lot of clarity about it, you've rehearsed it in your mind, and then you might catch yourself consciously right at the brink of making that mistake, and you're like, what am I doing? Why do I keep making this same mistake? Or why do I keep almost making this same mistake? Well, I'm telling you why now. That is why. You're overly focused on what it is you don't want. Now, this is not to say that we shouldn't be aware of what we don't want. We should be aware of what we don't want. That's important. But we don't want to focus on it. We want to focus and put clarity on what it is that we want. And your unconscious will take you there. And that's why your vision is so important. Your vision was based on your values, your deeper unconscious values. You consolidate it into a vision, so you have it all in one place. And now you have clarity about the direction you want to go in. So your unconscious is going to start taking you there. Then the resistance shows up, right? And that's why we're going to handle what we're handling now. But it's really important that you understand this, because most people, like I would, when I get a coaching client, this used to happen a lot, and I would spend entire sessions just trying to understand what it is they wanted, and all they could do is negate what they didn't want. And it's like, well, this is so obvious what the problem is. They have no idea really what they want. They have no clarity about it. They're so hyper clear about what they don't want that that's why they're stuck. So happiness and success are values. These are generalizations about experiences that are probably important to you. They're important to me. I'm sure they're important to most of you. At the core of resistance is a positive intention, a value. It's a part of you seeking to fulfill an intention, seeking to fulfill a value. Think about the Japanese soldier. He was given a mission, and that's what all he was trying to do was fulfill that mission. He lost contact with the rest of Japan. That's like your part, losing contact with the rest of you, and then still continuing on with the mission, not knowing that things have changed. And that's what's happening for you when you have resistance. It's an old program, an old soldier that just needs new orders. So you're going to fill in these blanks. You did this yesterday, very similar to this. You did this yesterday, but now you're doing it for your resistance. So you elicit the resistance, which is usually stated in the negative, what it is you don't want. You ask, what do I want instead? And then when you get an answer, you say, what will, with that new answer, do for me? Then you get another answer. And then you ask yourself, and what's important about that? So you want to you don't have to do as in-depth of a values elicitation as we did yesterday. You don't need to do a hierarchy. You can if you want to. But for what we're doing right now, the important thing here is to understand your resistance and understand what the deeper value is that resistance is trying to fulfill. And like I said, you don't have to take this, to the full-on fleshed out values elicitation. You just need one good value, and that's enough. So go ahead and, let's see, do I want to get into this now? Why don't we just do this for now? And I'll be watching the comment section to see if you have questions. So I'll go over this one more time. Overview. You already have your vision. You're looking at your vision, and you ask yourself, is there anything stopping me from making this a reality? No matter what comes up, even if it sounds like it's not a feeling, it's more like something practical, like I don't have enough money, etc., that is still resistance. So you ask yourself, well, what do I want instead? And then you start eliciting the value behind it. What will that do for me? It will give me blank, and what's important about that? You just need one or two really good values, really high-level values. So I gave the examples. So back up. Remember, fear of failing. If I fear failing, and that's what's stopping me, what do I want instead? Probably success. But again, you need to ask yourself this question. It needs to come from you. Don't take my answers. Don't copy off anyone else. That's not going to help you. This needs to come from your unconscious mind. If it's about fear of disappointing yourself, it could be happiness that you want instead. Again, I don't know that for sure. You need to ask yourself that question. Give you a few examples. All right, well, so someone says lack of finances. And then he answered his own question. What do I want instead? I want abundance. Okay, I would take that one notch further, and I would say, okay, what is important to me about abundance? Or what will abundance do for me? And get another value there. Abundance is a value. We want to go just a little further than that. It doesn't really tap into the fulfilling experience that you're looking for. So someone says, I'm afraid that I will be tired and not motivated enough. So then I would say, what do you want instead? And this one's pretty obvious. I think it's that I want to be motivated instead, okay? And then I would say, well, what is important to you about motivation, or what does motivation do for you? And get another higher value out of that. So Lynette says, I had self-doubt. I want confidence or self-assuredness instead. So the problem with going straight to confidence, when we talked about this yesterday, confidence is a byproduct of being competent. So when it comes to this, I would say, well, what do you need in order to be confident? And so it might be competence for her, but I don't know that for sure. That's why we asked the question. So you cannot go at confidence directly. Confidence is a byproduct. So you need to find what is the value that you could fulfill that would then give you confidence. And a lot of times that's competence, because competence is what creates confidence. But there could be something else going on here, and so it might draw out a different answer. Fear of resistance itself. Okay, well, like I think just roll that back. That's a little too much. I mean, that's an overcomplication. You need to unpack that, I guess, because it's like fear of fear. It's just like, okay, we need to get clear about what we're afraid of. So if it's fear of not achieving the vision, what do you want instead? Sounds like you want to achieve. You want to achieve the vision. So achievement is a value, but I would take that even further, and I'd say, what is important to you, or what is important to this part of you about achieving? And then elicit another value out of that. So Mark Huntley, so we ended up with growth, and I think that's good. I would take that one step further. What does growth do for you? And get another value out of that. And Laura Howard, that's great. You got to the level of peace. That's a really nice value. It's a very powerful value. So good there. Peace of mind, a value. I'd just go with peace. You don't need to put of mind. If you're at peace, I think that implies your mind is at peace. Okay, so someone says here, I just don't feel like it's really possible for me. I feel like I'm being unrealistic. Trying to translate this. So what is the positive intention of believing or feeling that it's impossible, that it's not possible for you? Like, dig deep into this. What is the positive intention behind that feeling? So what if the values of the resistance is positive? Well, they are. They're just usually, so resistance itself is usually based in negation, something you're trying to move away from, right? So resistance is the strategy. And then when we start with an away from strategy, which is what resistance is, and we try to elicit the positive intention behind it, remember it's positive intention, it usually first comes out stated in the negative, but not always. So that's what we're refining it until we find its positive intention, the positive value, not the negation. So if you elicit the positive intention from the resistance and right away a positive comes out of it, that's fine. You were able to skip past one step, and that's fine. Just know that it usually comes out stated in the negative, as in what you don't want. So then you have to say, well, what do I want instead? What if I'm too old, being 50 years old now? Okay, well, what is the positive intention of that limitation? You know, what is behind that? All right, let me jump down. Okay, another thing, don't put self in front of your values, like self-trust. It only limits the value. Why would you do that? Like, people do that with self-love all the time. I see that so much, and it's like, so you only want to focus your love on yourself? Is that really love? And is that really the best use of your love? And it's like, we don't want to exclude ourselves, but if we just say love, then it's all inclusive, right? So that includes you as well. You don't need to overcorrect by saying self-love. You are the source of your love. How could you be outside of that? So you don't need to say self-love. It's coming from you anyway. Also, when we put self in front of our values, we're splitting ourselves into two and making it the one person who does the trust, one part of me that does the trusting, and the one part that is the trusted. And the same thing with love or anything else you put self in front of. You're just creating an internal division, which then will lead to conflict. So there is no one part that's doing this to the other part. It's just you. You are love. Trust, that comes from you. There is just trust. So you want to be more specific when you say, if it's just trust and you go, well, I don't want to trust or, other people, then that's probably not the value you're looking for. It's probably more along the lines of confidence or self-esteem, which we've already talked about. You cannot go it directly. So you need to find the value or values that's going to get you there. Fear of disappointing others. Okay, so what do you want instead? And you got to be careful with this one because if it comes out as you want to please others, that's going to set you up for some trouble if you're validating yourself through other people validating you. So it's fine to want to help people. It's fine, you know, to take pleasure in pleasing people. I don't think there's anything really wrong with that. But you got to be careful that you're placing that as validation, because then what you'll end up doing is you'll become an empty shell of a person as you're trying to be validated by getting other people to validate you. And you don't control other people, first of all. And secondly, well, they don't think about you as much as you think about you. And so you're running around trying to get everybody to like you, and you can't do that. You can't please everyone. So at some point, this is going to fail. It's more important to focus on what it is that you're trying to fulfill. And here's the other thing. This is not a self-absorbed pursuit. I mean, you can make it that way, but we also have values like compassion and sympathy and connection and love, right? And generosity and kindness. So when we fulfill those values, it is fulfilling for us, and it's very beneficial for the people around us. Okay, I think you guys are getting it. Just looking over the comments here. Since most limiting beliefs are based on childhood traumas, why are you omitting resolving them at the resultant inner conflict? So I don't agree with that statement. I think there are plenty of limiting beliefs that aren't related to trauma, but again, there are. We call that imprints, and so we do re-imprinting. There is no reason to assume that any limiting belief has to do with the trauma and then go scorched earth on that trauma. I only use re-imprinting when I am sure with a client that I am dealing with an imprint that is I can't work around. So we want to work as efficiently as possible, and so that means we don't do, you know, break out into full-on surgery if you just have a scrape. So that's why I don't start there, and it's a very advanced process and technique, and that takes some time to learn, and it's really difficult, if not impossible, to do on yourself. So it's not really the thing to teach here. So let's see, Flowers Solomon, what's important about that? Because I want to depend on myself and feel strong. Now, here's what we don't want to do. When we ask these questions about what's important or what this does for us, we're not looking for justification. We're not looking for a reason. So when you say because, that implies that the question is a why question. That is not the question. We are not asking, why do you want that? That's a completely different question, and often that elicits very regressive answers, almost defensive answers. It's not what we're looking for. What will that do for you, or what is important to you about that? The answer to that is not going to be a because. The answer to that is going to rise to a higher logical level, and that's why this is important. We're going to higher logical levels, and when we do that with our values, we're going to more and more important values, more and more fulfilling values. We're not looking for justifications. We're not looking for a defense. We're not looking for reasons. We're going higher up the logical levels. Okay, so this is not a conflict. This is quite the opposite. So cinema of the damned, sorry, writes, what if there's a values conflict? The deeper value that resistance wants to fulfill is the same as my top value in the context of finances. Isn't that amazing? Well, what does that tell you? Does that tell you that there's a conflict? No, that's just the opposite. That tells you that you are a unified whole being. So even your resistance is also trying to fulfill the same values as what you're consciously after. This is wonderful news. This is a wonderful understanding, because that shows you you're not really in conflict with yourself. You're trying to serve or fulfill the same values. All parts of you are trying to move toward fulfillment. So the conflict doesn't arise in the values. That should reveal to you that there is no conflict. The only conflict that might happen here is between strategies of fulfilling, what is the deeper value that resistance wants to fulfill? Okay, you didn't give me the value. So if you have this value in your vision for the goal that you want to achieve, and then from the resistance you discover the same value, what is that telling you? There's more dimension here to fulfilling that value. It cannot be done just one way. It's probably such a big value that there are other ways that it needs to be fulfilled, and all of that needs to be integrated. So this is not a conflict. This is the beginning of resolving conflict. This is very therapeutic. I'm uncovering a lot of inner sadness. Yes, a lot of our resistance is rooted in very negative feelings. And when that happened, and this usually happens very early in life, we tell ourselves, we give our Japanese soldier a mission, and we tell that part not to feel that ever again, right? The Japanese soldier was told not to surrender, told not to take his own life. So he didn't have many options of what he could do. He was working off a negation. So when we have negative feelings, especially when we're younger, little kids, we're still new to this thing, right? We're still new to like these negative feelings like sadness, right? Or some sort of emotional hurt. So when we experience physical pain, like touching a hot stove, what do? We jerk our hand back as fast as possible. And this is just part of our instincts that are built into us to save us, right? And we pull away from things that are painful that could kill us or harm us. Well, what happens when the pain comes from inside? You can't pull away, but we pretend to pull away. And this is where it starts. We try to isolate this part of ourselves that's painful and try to insulate the rest of ourselves from feeling that pain. Does this actually work? No, it actually makes this worse. It traps the negative feeling inside and it doesn't get to process. So yes, as you're starting to uncover your resistance, you're releasing feelings. Oftentimes you're releasing sad feelings. And this is not to like try to drag yourself through all these painful experiences so that there's some sort of value in being miserable and suffering. That's not at all what this is. You're finally letting go. You're finally letting these feelings go, which should be also a huge relief. So yes, you will feel them, but it should be very temporary. The only way that they're going to stick around is if you continue to resist them. So if sadness is coming up, take a deep breath and just accept it and let it go and let it process, because it's probably been trapped there for many years and now you're releasing it. And that's also pain and suffering that's getting out of your way. If you're not getting any clear objection and you have your vision in front of you and there's no objection, no resistance, then get started. There's nothing holding you back. I have resistance around things being easy. Okay, well, I think a healthy skepticism around things that are easy is fine. Sometimes things are just easy and we should just let them be easy, because why not? You wrote pride in the persevering. Well, again, I talked about this yesterday. Pride is not a good value. There's usually something good in it because we often conflate a lot of things with pride. The problem with pride is it has a lot of self-importance in it. So if you were to remove the self-importance from pride in this statement, pride in the persevering, what do you have left? I'm sure you have a really nice value there. It's hard for me to hold a conversation because of fear of embarrassment or humiliation. Okay, well, what do you want instead of embarrassment and humiliation? Okay, let me drop down again. So I want to be very rich, but I'm only 16. Is that even possible for me? What is possible for you is to understand what it is you're trying to fulfill by being rich. And that is going to be available to you instantly. And when you connect with that, which is your deeper values, you're more likely to get to that goal faster by really connecting with that. Please, is certainty a value? Not how we're using it here. That's certainty, again, that goes back to like fixating on confidence or security. Yes, we want certainty. That's implied. So, but nothing is 100% certain. So that's something that will definitely hold you back. So of course, we want to make things more and more certain. That's just built into everything that we're doing. So, but I would not focus it on it as a value. That's not going to help you. So the whole trust yourself thing, like that, we're getting into that whole confidence area. So again, what would you need to trust yourself? So I wouldn't go, so you're right here, this is Todd Gill, 1017. You write, I have resistance around being afraid of making bad decisions. Okay, so let's clean this up. You're afraid of making bad decisions, okay? What do you want instead? You probably want to make good decisions, right? So this is not about going straight to the trust. This is about focusing on making good decisions. And when you think about what will making good decisions do for you, not only are you going to get a value, you're going to get a way to focus your attention so that you make better decisions. You're going to make better decisions when you know the values behind what it is you're after. then making the right decision or the best possible decision gets a lot easier. And here's the thing, you're still going to make decisions that don't work out because you're not psychic. But if you're doing your due diligence, you're gathering information, and you know your values that you're trying to fulfill, decision making gets a lot easier. So if I have resistance of not being good enough, would it be worthwhile question of asking what is the positive intention of this? That is one way you could deal with this. So the not good enough is a self-worth issue, and I think I talked a little bit about this yesterday. There is no such thing as self-worth. There is no way you can measure your worth. So one question I ask people when this comes up is, how would you know it if you were enough? So if you don't feel like you're not good enough, how would you know it if you were enough? Or if you were good enough? So Amando Marato says, confidence to me turned into competence, knowledge, wisdom, peace, but truly competence is the strongest. Yes, that's where confidence comes from. But if we try to focus on confidence, we don't know how to go at it. But you can go at competence. You can increase your knowledge. Knowledge is not really a value the way that we use it. It's a thing. You can acquire knowledge. But wisdom and peace, also great values. Fear of failing, keeping positive image of myself, self-love, that becomes love. Just love, stop putting self in front of it. My resistance seems unrelated to my vision. Well, it has to be related. Then it wouldn't be resistance, or it wouldn't be resistance to the vision. So keep asking the questions until that surfaces. So Lynette, I'm getting to the next step. That's just one step at a time. I'm confused about what's important about that question. Like, what do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you're referring to when you're saying what's important to me about something. So like, I don't want to fail. What do I want instead? I want to succeed. Then I ask, what is important to me, or what is important to this part about succeeding? Well, it makes me happy, or it makes me joyful, or whatever comes next. We're eliciting higher values that way. I love growth. I want to push myself, but my inner voice is so harsh because it wants me to do better. It's a perfectionist. That's just keeps beating me up. All right, so we know that perfectionism is not a value. It's quite the opposite. Then just ask that part, what is its positive intention of being so harsh? Or what is its positive intention in wanting you to be perfect? And whenever I have voices, what I often do, there's a location where the voices are coming from. They're usually from the side of your ear, or maybe even behind you. Well, if I'm hearing a voice, I can't see who's saying it. So what I'll do is I'll take the voice and I'll pull it around in front of me and then ask myself, who's saying this? Now, right away, most people say, well, it's me saying this. Is it really? Most of the time it's not. It's somebody else. So, and once you see who that is, it's not as scary anymore, and it's easier to elicit the positive intention. Is opportunity of value? It really rides that line. Opportunity is kind of a thing, it's kind of like something that's presented to you. You can be an opportunistic person as a quality. So it's right on the border. I mean, I think you could use it, but there's probably something better. So let's see, Nathan writes, how I know I'm good enough. When I have the confidence, I know what to do and can handle anything that's thrown at me, even if I don't have all the resources. So let's get off the confidence thing. You can handle anything thrown at you, even if you don't have all the resources yourself. Okay, so put your attention there. If you could do that, either what would that do for you, or you can ask yourself, what do you need from within, an internal resource that would give you that feeling of being able to handle anything that's thrown at you. Here's the deal. You can't handle anything that's thrown at you unless you can. And I know that sounds so obvious, but it's like, okay, well, yeah, I'm going through life. And in any situation, I'm going to do the best that I can to handle the situation. And in most cases, because I don't do anything terribly risky, I can handle those situations. So has there ever been really situations that you couldn't handle? If you're still here and you're still doing what you're doing, you handled those situations to some extent. Maybe you didn't handle them exactly how you wanted to do that, but that's how we learn and that's how we grow. So what I'm getting at here, Nathan, is that you've already done this. You've already handled situations. So what more do you need to know? All right, I think you guys are getting this though. I'm unclear between the useful and not useful Damon was talking about yesterday. So it's values that are useful or not useful. When somebody asks, is something a value? The more important question to ask is not whether or not it's a value, or it's more important to ask, is it useful for what we're doing here? And that's what has shaped a lot of how I know which values work really well, which ones you should pursue, which ones you shouldn't pursue, is because there's a lot of values out there that sound like good values, but they're actually traps. It would be helpful if you could present these steps using your experience so we can dissect it for values versus, well, I mean, I've been doing that since yesterday. So sure, we could always go deeper, but we could also be here for hours and hours and hours. There's other stuff that I want to show everyone here. So what you need to do is work on this for yourself and sort a lot of this out for yourself. Me just giving you all of the answers is not really going to help you. This is a practice. You need to engage with it. You need to be okay with not having it perfect. You need to be okay with not having it all figured out. And that's part of the practice. I want faith over fear. We don't want to use faith, because faith means just blindly believing in something, and that's not going to help you. I want faith over fear. What will faith would help my confidence to get? Okay, so peace is the useful thing here. It's important because joy and prayer. Okay, peace and joy. This is Brett M41. Use peace and joy. Faith, faith for what if it's a religious or spiritual thing, that's different. Faith, when it comes to what we're working with here, is just trying to believe in something without any evidence. And again, that's not going to help you. Okay, I'm looking at more comments here, and it really seems like you guys are getting it. Clarity, alignment, purpose, good. No, clarity is a good one. Let's see, Julian, good life. Clarity is a very good value. Alignment, it's just doesn't give you a lot of information. It's like, yes, of course, alignment. Of course, we want to be aligned with our values. It's kind of a given, and to focus on it really doesn't help us that much. Purpose is the same thing. It's just too broad in general. When you know your like some of your highest values, and you are aligned with your highest values, purpose is a byproduct of that. It's automatic. But you need to focus on the values, not on purpose itself. This purpose added ease, fun, honesty, freedom, connection, and competence to my values, as what stops me is beliefs that it will be hard work and disconnect me from others and my struggle identity. Well, it seems obvious here you want connection. So that's probably the positive intention behind that. It also might be other things. Damon, I did what you said, and the voice of perfectionism came from an old and really perfectionistic physics teacher. Didn't expect that. Thanks. Yes, I've had that same experience. One time I was experiencing resistance, and it came from a voice, and I pulled it around. It was my first grade teacher. And I was like, seriously? So I didn't even have to do any work on that. It fell apart right there. I was like, why am I'm still being held back by my first grade teacher who has no significance in my life whatsoever? But sometimes that's all it takes, is just pulling it into the light and seeing the truth, and you just go, oh, yeah, that's not going to stop me. Question, are there top 5 values across all areas of context, or some larger list of values we form and then apply 5 per hour of contact? Some people do. I wouldn't expect those specific details, like exactly 5 and exactly. I have 3 values that show up in every context of my life. But that's, like, if you don't have that, it doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong. That is a tendency that a lot of people have. And those are going to be your most powerful values, the values that show up in every context of your life, values that you want to fulfill in every context of your life. Peace, freedom, love, passion, fun, authenticity, growth, etc. Too general to be useful, fulfillment, contentment, purpose, confidence. Yeah, you got that right. Amanda Marato. Okay. Would health be considered a value? Yes. So there is your actual physical health, whatever the state of it, what it is right now. And there's also the value of health, wanting to, health being a generalization about an experience that's important to you. Okay. All right. Well, can you say again, what are those trap values that you need to get self-importance out of them? Pride, and power are probably the 2 most common ones. And by the way, empowerment works because it's like it's something that's coming through you or coming from you. Power is about overpowering something, whether someone else, something outside of yourself, or even yourself. Not good. Pride is an overly positive evaluation of who you are, with taking credit for things you couldn't take credit for, and it closes you off to opportunities. So those are the 2 main ones. All right, I think you guys are getting it. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect, especially if this is your first time doing this. It's new to you, right? And that's just, trying anything for the first time. You're not going to come out, perfect at it or an expert at it, but you keep doing this and you keep learning and you keep practicing. And like I said, you will learn more from doing this as a practice than my words could ever teach you. And what I'm teaching you now came from doing this for many years as a practice on myself and doing it with clients. So what you need is not to try to beat up on or resist your resistance. So we stop, make a promise to yourself today. You are not going to beat up on your resistance, because that is just beating up on yourself and it does not help you. You are no longer going to resist resistance. You are going to understand your resistance and integrate it. And I'm going to show you how to integrate it in a second. Your resistance needs to be integrated so that you can stop fighting yourself and fully and completely align to your vision. Are your values of success and happiness compatible with your vision? When I would use success and happiness as the values that I elicited from resistance and the examples that I gave, are they compatible with your vision? Whatever you elicited, of course they are. Of course the values that you elicited from your resistance is compatible with your vision. How could they not be, right? So here's your vision, right? Now you're going to take the values that you elicited from your resistance and you're going to add it to your vision. So integrate these values into your vision. Now, some of you, and this is a wonderful thing, right? Some of you elicited values from your resistance and discovered those values were already in your vision, right? Those are also values that you elicited from yesterday. And somebody mentioned that as being a conflict. And it's like, no, this is not a conflict. This is the beginning of resolving conflict. So if that happened and you say, well, from my resistance, I already have, say, success or happiness. Success and happiness is already in my vision, and now it came up as resistance. You still want to add it. Here's why. Because whatever it was that was in your vision, it wasn't enough to satisfy this part of you that was coming up and resisting. So it needs to be added. Even if it's the same value or values, it still adds another layer of dimension to your vision. So you're adjusting your vision to satisfy the part, more specifically, the part's intention, the values that the part was trying to fulfill. So if I already have love in my vision, and from my resistance, I elicited the value of love, I'm still going to add this additional layer of love into my vision in a way that satisfies the resistant part. And this just really enriches your vision. It makes it even more compelling. It makes it even more powerful. And also, simultaneously removes the resistance to it, right? You're making the adjustment so that it now fulfills all parts of you. So no part of you is resisting. So add that to your vision now. I always find it amazing, and still, even though I've done this so many times, that often the values that drive our conscious desire for what we want are also driving our unconscious resistance. And it kind of seems crazy, but it kind of makes sense all at the same time. You are one whole human being. You're not actually parts that make up a whole. I know we talk in parts in NLP, also internal family systems, we talk in parts, same thing in Gestalt therapy. We have to remember we are not actually parts. It's just we talk about parts as a useful way to point at certain aspect of ourselves, like a resistant part, so that we can work on it. You're always a whole unified being, whether you realize that or not. All of your internal conflicts are actually imaginary, but they feel real, and we operate from them as if they're real. So after integrating your values from your resistance and integrating them into your vision, ask yourself if there are any more objections. We don't want to assume that we've got it all. Sometimes there's more. If there's more resistance, you repeat the process until there is none left. I did this one time with a client of mine, and resistance just kept coming up. We had his vision. Resistance would come up, get the positive intention, integrate that into the vision. We must have done it like 10 times, and we did it until there was just no more resistance left. And his eyes were like huge as he was looking at his vision with zero resistance to it now. There had been so much resistance, and now that was all cleared out, and he had such a rich vision. And after that session, he was off. He was on his way. So if there is no resistance, congratulations. You just set yourself on an obstacle-free expressway to fulfilling a powerful vision. And like I mentioned yesterday, when this becomes unconscious, this is not something you want to practice. Like this specific vision you don't want to practice. You want to make it a practice to elicit your values and create other visions. But this particular vision, you want to check in, is there any resistance? Is there any adjustments I can make to make it even more compelling? If so, make those adjustments and then let it slip into unconsciousness. It will always be there, especially if there's no resistance. It will always be there, consciously and unconsciously guiding you toward where you want to go. As I mentioned before, people just like you are doing this and making it happen. Here's James. Exploring the structure of my identity and learning how to align with my values has led to some major shifts in my life. Learning the process to make these changes helped me expand my awareness, and I'm continually learning as the work goes deeper and deeper. I am grateful to be a part of this community. So question, do you think that doing this, instead of trying to bulldoze over your resistance, is likely to yield a better result? Awesome. Okay, just looking over your comments, and some of you were saying, like, I saw one comment where it was, once he put the values into the vision from the resistance, his need for safety fell away. That's it. That's it. You've got it. That's what that alignment is. Now you're full on with zero resistance, no objections, because what you see in front of you is the pathway to fulfilling your highest values in this area of your life. What could be better, right? And you're fully integrated and fully aligned, fully congruent with this. Pretty amazing, right? Are you willing to promise me that you'll do this instead next time resistance comes up? Is this one of those things that what I mentioned yesterday, that you promise if I show you something that makes sense to you, that you're going to use it? Are you going to use this now? Excellent. This will change your life. This alone will change your life. And you know what? We're still at just the beginning. This is just the beginning. There is so much more to do with this. And when I say to do, I don't mean that all like a bunch of effort and hard work. This is just the beginning of breaking into your new life. Really the life you've always wanted, the life that aligns with you. All right, so I don't need to slam it home anymore. I think you all promised, so that's great. Could you tell us again how you chunk up freedom into authenticity? Well, it's not about chunking it up. It's about understanding. So freedom is not a quality. I'm going to explain this a little bit later. So I'll just tell you real quickly. Freedom is not a quality. So when we're looking for a quality of identity based in freedom, we need to understand what's the quality that's going to make you feel free, because free is not a quality in and of itself. It's a value, but not a quality. But I'll talk about this a little bit more later. What if you don't know why they are the resistance? It's not about why, right? So remember this. This is very important, because when you start asking why questions, I've mentioned this before, it's regressive and you tend to get defensive and start to make up reasons even if they don't actually exist. So we're not asking why. We're asking what is the positive intention of something. We're asking what is important to you about this. What does this do for you? It's a very different question than asking why. So if, like, for example, you told me you liked a particular movie, and I said something like, well, what is the experience like for you? Or what is it about the movie that you like? Or something like that. That really opens up the conversation. That gets you bringing up more and more information, good information. But if you said you like a movie and I said, why? You're going to get a little defensive, and you're going to feel I need to justify your like of that movie. That's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for justifications. We're looking to understand what is attractive to you about certain things. What is important to you about something, rather than why is something important to you. It makes a huge difference. So really, we are leveraging resistance to serve the vision rather than overcoming it. I would say integrating would be a better word. You are integrating your resistance, because it is very difficult to go at something with, dragging resistance around. First of all, if you do achieve it, chances are it's not going to be very fulfilling, because you had to fight part of yourself. You had to beat down part of yourself to get that thing. So it's not going to be fulfilling. What is fulfilling is when you're whole and you're integrated and you do something. My throat. It just seems to come out of nowhere. So if it wasn't your first grade teacher or someone you actually cared about saying those things, how would you deal with that? Well, it's just going to be different. Like, so, like when I said I brought the voice of this critical voice around and I saw that it was my first grade teacher, it was done. I didn't need to do anything else with that. But let's say I brought it around and it was someone who had a heavy influence in my life. And it often is a parent. And so if, say, it's my mother or my father, then I would say, okay, well, what is your positive intention of telling me this? And the truth is a lot of times parents do say some pretty negative things to their kids, but behind it is a positive intention. They're just not communicating it very well. And so often that's what it is. So if you can take that positive intention and then say, okay, well, I can implement that in a positive way rather than being hard on myself or being harsh towards myself or judging myself. If I understand the intention behind it, well, then how do I fulfill that intention? That changes everything. So we run this exercise of each context of our lives, 3 to 5. Yeah, so you chunk your life down into 3 to 5 contexts, no more than 5, no fewer than 3, and do this process for each one of them so you have a vision for every area of your life. Please clarify trauma versus imprint. Well, put it like this. This is the way I see it. Not all imprints are traumas in the clinical sense of the clinical definition of trauma. No, wait. Yes, not all imprints are traumas, but all traumas are imprints. Okay, so imprint is a wider category or more general category to include things that have had either a very strong negative influence in your life or an experience that had a strong negative influence in your life or an experience that had a very positive influence in your life. So imprints aren't necessarily negative. Traumas are negative. All traumas are always negative. And so traumas in a clinical definition are much harsher as well than just an imprint. So I would include trauma as in the category of imprints, but not all imprints are that bad or rise to the level of a trauma. Okay, let's get on with the next module. Let me just check in though. Is everybody really getting a lot of use out of what we've learned so far? Like what we learned yesterday, what we did today, do you feel like this is life-changing stuff, that if you implement this and you practice it, that this is really going to work for you? Awesome. Okay, good. Like I said, I'm just sitting in a quiet room here and just speculating about what you're thinking. So it's nice to see this. Great. Awesome. All right, let's move on to the third and final module. Transform. So one of the best ways we can start this off is by this interview that Nate did with Antoine. And he was someone who learned from my teaching of the self-concept model. It's a model that my mentor, Steve Andreas, created. And he talks about his amazing experiences with that. Here we go.
Because I was like, not only did, I felt like because during the process, you have to ask yourself, are you? Sure. Whatever the quality is. Sure. Are you, for me, outgoing? No. And it was like a hell no type of thing too. It wasn't just no, it was like no. And then after I did the process, I asked myself again, and I was like, yes. And the immediate thing that went through my mind was, I felt like I had been lying to myself this whole time. Wow. Like it was in there and I just lied to myself this whole time about who I was. So that was amazing. And then when I went out and I was like, my behavior changed. And I knew in my mind, like, I want to be the person who knows no stranger.
Yeah, nice.
And I kind of forgot about that moment until I think it was like 2 months later. I had a friend come up, and some people didn't know, like, I had a shyness.
Yeah.
Because of my personality, it doesn't seem shy.
Yeah.
But I didn't talk to strangers. Like it was stranger. And as an adult, I would still say stranger danger. So yeah, I didn't talk to them, but people didn't know because when we went places where there were people, I would stay by them and follow them.
Sure.
but they didn't notice. So they were like, yeah, you talk to everybody. No, I was talking to you and you only because I was following you.
Yeah.
And then they have to think back to this, and they were like, yeah, you were. I was like, yeah, I don't talk to people that I don't know. So he came in and we were in the grocery store and I was like, you know, hey, Frank, hey, Jill. Like I was talking to all these people and I knew their names. And he was like, he looked at me, he was like, all right, shy guy. And I was like, that's when I really, I was like, holy, I am the person who knows no stranger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I knew all of their names and I didn't even realize it. Like I had conversations with these people at the grocery store randomly.
How do you think that has, when you think about your life trajectory, how do you think that one transformation has impacted the trajectory?
Right now, like,
Sure.
it's a lot because you begin to have different conversations, you make different friends, and then like financially,
sure,
it's about to be crazy. So,
that's
you know,
awesome.
yeah, yeah. So it's about to be crazy. So previously, last year, 2019. Oh no, I got a low battery. So I never made six figures in my life. And my process was I'll make six figures and then at some point I'll set a goal to make seven figures. And what it did, one day I woke up and I was like, I mean, it kind of like woke me up and I was like, 2020, I should be able to do seven figures. Like without, and it was like, without, and I was like, and I thought that was weird too, because I was like, it didn't make sense because I was like, how can I skip like from a piece of six figures to seven? Like that's crazy. Because you know, you got to make 83,000 a month. It's a lot.
Yeah.
You know, to do seven figures. So I'm like, but it was so, I was so confident in it. Like, I don't know, I don't have, and then I didn't have all the steps. I was like, I don't have all the steps, but it doesn't make sense for me to not be able to do it. That's what I knew. Like, it doesn't make sense for me not to be able to do it because I have like the internal processes to do it.
Yeah.
The how to is going to come at some point.
Absolutely.
And it'll be in 2020. I don't know when. So
it sounds like between here and there and here still, there's been some major changes, it sounds like.
Yes, because even in the beginning of the year, like January, February, I was like, man, I'm off because I didn't really do anything because I was trying to figure some stuff out. So I was like January, February, and then it's like March. I'm like, I'm running out of time. But then when I pieced, everything came together and then I did the math. I said in April, I should have a six-figure month. And I counted the months.
Yeah.
And it equaled to seven figures.
There you go.
It was right on target. I was like, holy. And I didn't even think the way that I was doing it was going to be the way that I was going to get it.
Sure.
Yeah, it was supposed to be some other thing.
So that to highlight that a minute, that's pretty interesting, right? Like I've noticed that as well, like in life in general, when you're creating a vision, you're transforming to become the kind of person that would know that vision. It's interesting how it tends to never quite play out like you initially thought. Right? I don't know if you've noticed that, but like something I've in experience has told me that you always start with a plan and you're learning as you go. And the person that starts the plan, the person who ends up at the destination, those transformations in the middle are so, those help inform you how to alter the plan in order to get there, right? And in many cases, if we knew the exact path, we'd probably already be there, wherever there is. Right?
Yeah.
You know? And so I just find that, I think that's incredible. So you mentioned something earlier that I want to make sure that we chat about. You mentioned that you said, what was it? That you said it was almost like when I asked myself and questioned again whether I was what was it? What was the quality? Outgoing. You're like, it was like you were lying to yourself that entire time up until that you. Can you say that? How you said that again? Actually.
Yeah, it was. In the moment I realized, I felt like I had been lying to myself the whole time.
Yeah.
because I realized that I was that person.
Yeah.
But it was strange because it was like 2 seconds ago, before I asked myself, am I outgoing again?
Yeah.
It still would have been I felt like it would have been a no.
Sure.
But then when I asked myself, it was like, yes. And it's like, you have this confused, like, this doesn't make any sense. How did this even happen? I spent about 35 minutes doing something with my brain, and it just rewired it. And then now I am all of a sudden outgoing. It doesn't make any sense.
What do you think what is that like? What do you hypothesize is the cause of that experience, or what does that say about maybe our minds from your point of view?
I feel like a reassociation to, there's an understanding of what missing resources we needed to act in the moment, and the realization in our brains, which is like in our imagination, is a real thing. Like, you can't differentiate from reality and non-reality. Yeah. So when you integrate the two processes, it becomes real to the subconscious. And you begin to act it out. So that's how nobody ever asked me that. That sounded kind of smart.
It did.
Yeah. So, and I think that, integrating, because the non-doing and the doing they're trying to get at the same value, and you don't understand that. So when you integrate them, they're like, oh, I understand. I'm trying to get to the same place by not doing and doing. So once you integrate it, it becomes one, and you can act out what you wanted to act out instead of not out of fear. So.
All right, so that's a wonderful example of everything we've done so far. And then what Antoine did next is what I'm going to show you. So it wasn't enough for him to just have a goal and have a vision. He took it to the next level. He wanted to transform into the person who made that a reality, made that vision a reality. And I will show you exactly what he used because he learned it from me.
Because I was like...
Oh, come on. All right. So here's the importance of this. Without the ability to transform yourself at will and with predictable results, your visions will always seem like something out there that you have to chase. Good for motivation, but not good for living a fulfilling life. We don't want to live the rest of our lives feeling like it's always around the corner, right? We want it now. We want to live this now. But when you become the person who already has it, creating the life that will truly fulfill you becomes automatic, just like what Antoine was talking about. What would it be like if instead of chasing your values, you become your values? What if you embodied each one of your values as certain and solid qualities of your identity, so you never had to strive for them ever again? They're already here. You would just naturally align with your values because that's just who you are. Now, I want to go back to my story because I had, at this point, and I was actually at a hypnosis training here. At this point, I had learned NLP. I learned NLP for a few years. I had used it to move myself out of a very bad situation and into a much better situation. But then I hit another plateau. I was stuck. I didn't know what I know now, and that was due to this man here, Steve Andreas. So right at the time he came into my life, I was right in the pit of the abyss and trying to find my way out. And things were good in a lot of ways. They were much better than what they had been. I was out of depression. I had a focus. I knew where I wanted to go. I knew what I wanted to do. But here I am stuck in this plateau. Steve comes into my life. He points out a lot of things that I had learned incorrectly. And the strange thing was, I was learning from NLP teachers he knew. They were world-renowned NLP teachers, even one who he trained himself. And I realized very quickly I had been taught incorrectly, and even Steve didn't believe it at first until I said, well, look, go to this website, go to this book, check it out. And he came back to me and he said, you're right. So I had to unlearn a lot of things. Also, as we got, it was sort of an unofficial mentorship. He just said, hey, I've heard good things about you, and if you want my help, let me know. And I was like, oh boy, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. So I would email him questions all the time. He said, you know, hey, I can't keep up with your questions, but I do want to answer them. So let's get on a video call like Skype. So we got on Skype, and then I would hold him for hours, just asking more and more questions. And he would finally be like, okay, look, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I need to go eat. You know, I need to get off this call. And I would be like, okay, I'm sorry, but let me know when we can do this again. And so as I was learning from him, he finally came back and said, you know, I'm really having a hard time keeping up with you, but I think I know what you're wanting to learn. And I said, great, because that makes one of us. I'm not even sure what I'm after. I know I'm after something. And if you know what that is and you can help me out with that, great. And he said, yes. He said, I created a model called the self-concept model. And I really think that that's what you're looking for. So learn it, and I'm here to help you. If you have any questions or you struggle through it at all, let me know and I'm here to help you. Right when I started learning it, I had a major transformation, huge transformation. And I could not believe, just like Antoine was talking about it, he was like 35 minutes ago, I just did something with my brain for 35 minutes and suddenly it's like everything changed. That's exactly what happened to me. And I wrote Steve an email and I said, okay, I think I did this right, because everything shifted, everything changed, and all I did was follow the process. And I got this email back from him. And he says, hi, Damon, your email made my day. It's obvious from what you wrote that you made very good use of what you have read, and that is the best kind of compliment. And then he went on to say, given what you have done so far, maybe you should teach it after practicing it and making it your own. This is what I had been looking for. I was trying to do workshops where I was teaching basically what my teachers had taught me, and it was like, well, why learn from me when you could just go learn from my teachers, right? Well, here was a model. No one else was teaching. Steve was retired at the time. And here he's saying, hey, you obviously understand this well enough. Maybe you should teach it. And this was, like I said, everything that I'd been looking for, a model that I could teach that no one else was teaching. And I could really carve out my name here in the world of NLP. And my knees got weak. And I thought, I don't know if I can do that. And I even wrote him back saying, I'm not sure if I can do this. And he was like, well, why not? And I was like, this feels like it's too big. It's like somebody handing me the Holy Grail and saying, now it's your turn to carry this on. I was just like, it was so overwhelming. And so he said, well, look, I'm retired. No one else is teaching it. If you don't, it might get lost. And so I said, all right, give me a few months. I need to make sure that that transformation I had was not a fluke, but I can do this again and again and again. And then not only that, I want to make sure that I can guide other people through transformation, as in coaching them. And I said, I'll get back to you. And then some time passed, and I came back to Steve, and I basically said, yes, I have to teach this now. It's not a question of whether or not I'm going to teach it now. It's a calling. I had one transformation after another. I grabbed a friend of mine and I said, I'm going to just walk you through this and let's just see what happens. She transformed. And then I started implementing it with my paying clients. They started transforming. And it was just amazing to think that this model existed and we could do this. And it was still overwhelming to me. So I went to Steve and I said, hey, so I can just transform any quality of my identity. And he was like, yeah, pretty much. And I just felt like a kid in a candy store. It's like, where do you even start? There are just so many qualities, right, that you'd want to be. So is there a methodology? And Steve was like, yeah, just dive in, just jump in, grab a quality and start transforming. I wasn't very satisfied with this answer because it's like, like I mentioned, where do you even begin? So we have so many values. You've already realized that. We did values yesterday. And so many qualities you would love to possess. Don't you? You should start to be clued in on this by now. So around this time, I was curious about Steve Andreas' son, Mark. And he didn't teach self-concept. He didn't even know the model. He teaches his mother's technologies. Connie Ray Andreas, he favors his mother's teaching. Core transformation was one of those, is one of those models. and I wanted to learn it. And at the time I was hosting teachers to do workshops live here in Santa Cruz. So I said, Steve, would you introduce me to Mark? He introduced me to his son, Mark. And then I said, hey, do you want to come to Santa Cruz and teach core transformation? He says, yes. So he arrives in Santa Cruz and to teach core transformation. And he says, hey, my dad says, if I tell you to try something, you will. And I thought this was just like a, well, yeah, of course. And what I realized at this point, and this was kind of a joke, this was how Steve had described me. And what that made me realize is that many people had gone to Steve for help. And he would tell them exactly what to do, and they wouldn't do it. This goes back to what I was saying yesterday about when someone has an amazing idea in front of them, and they just let it go to waste. That was not me, and that is what changed everything. So what basically Mark was talking about is Steve basically paying me a compliment, saying, you tell Damon to try something, an NLP process or a model, he's going to do it. And so that was kind of a joke between us. Now, after core transformation, what was good about core transformation is for the first time in my life, I saw a NLP model where values elicitation was combined with the model. I had been learning values elicitation every time I'd go to an NLP training, they would bring up values elicitation, but they would just do the elicitation and then nothing else. And I always thought, there seems to be so much power here. There seems to be so much that we can do with this, but I don't know what to do with it, and no teacher is teaching anything else with it. When Mark came to teach core transformation, the first thing you do is a values elicitation. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. And it's combined with this model. So after Mark left, I thought, what if I combined values elicitation with the self-concept model? And this might solve the problem of overwhelm, as in, where do you even start? Where do you even start when you think about all the qualities you would want to be, and you have the tool to transform yourself into those qualities? Where do you start? Let's start with the values elicitation. So this is about discovering who you want to become, understanding who you are now, how you got here, how you got your sense of self, and how to transform yourself. This is the height of personal development and human potential. This is the holy grail of personal development and change, because this is how it happens. Everything comes from your identity, your sense of self, your self-concept. So first thing we do, as I mentioned, you chunk your life down into 3 to 5 major life contexts. I've been mentioning this already. And that might look like career, social life, family life, hobby, or health. These are just examples. This is not, you don't have to choose these. Whatever makes sense to you. And then you elicit your values from each one of those contexts. If you prefer to set a goal first and elicit your values from the goal, and then you will know what the context is by whatever the goal is. You can do it that way as well, but you don't have to. You don't have to start with a goal. You can start with the context. And then you ask, for example, in my career, what do I want? That's how you would elicit your values from a context in your life. So career would be the context, and you would just say, in my career, what do I want? Or in my family life, what do I want? In a particular hobby that you have, what do I want? Think of a tangible goal, elicit your values, discover the hierarchy of those values. It's good to have a goal, a tangible goal. It grounds what you're after. Now, again, you don't have to stick with the goal, and oftentimes you won't. Once you know what your values are, 50% of the time you'll probably change the goal. And then you create a vision for every area of your life, so you have multiple visions, one for each important context of your life. So I've been mentioning this since yesterday. This should not be difficult or new for you. Then we need to understand who you are. So are you ready to learn the most powerful and most transformational NLP model? And I wouldn't even just say NLP model. This is the most powerful transformational model, period, I have ever come across. Your self-concept is the mother of all of your beliefs. Now, a lot of times people, they're like, what do you mean by belief? It's my identity. Yes, and it is a concept. And a concept or a generalization, another word for that is a belief. If that doesn't fit for you or whatever, you want to call it something else, that's fine. It's really what I'm getting at here is it is a generalization, it is a concept, it's not an actual thing. Who you are is not a thing. Your self-concept is the spine that structures your reality. So think about this. When you change something in your identity being the spine of your reality, what does that do? That changes your sense of reality. So why not go to the source when it comes to making changes in your life that you want to stick? That is your identity. What if you could transform yourself with predictable results in under an hour? What could you do in your life with that ability? So here's some key understandings. How you create your sense of self. That's what we're going to go over. How you create your sense of reality. How transformations happen. And once you fully understand these hows, you can create all of the purpose, value, and meaning you want in your life, as well as access your potential to create the life you want to live. If these understandings are not what you're currently working toward, it's time to change what you're doing, because anything else is not going to get you to your highest potential. So let's break down your sense of reality. Your sense of reality is based on two dimensions, time and space. Now stick with me here. This is not difficult to understand. You do need to follow it though, okay? We process reality in two dimensions, time and space. Time is just past, present, and future, right? I'm not talking specifically about clock time, like clock time being a measurement of time. You, in all of your experiences, they happen in the past, the present, or the future. And you're aware of where they're occurring. Space is just location. Everything has a location. Every experience you've ever had a location. Everything in reality has a time and a location. Every experience you've ever had happened in the past, the present, or you've imagined it happening in the future. And every experience you've had happened somewhere. That's the space. That's the location. Your identity, also known as your self-concept, transcends time and space. I'm going to repeat that. This is very important. Your identity, also known as your self-concept, transcends time and space. And I'm going to break this down for you. So really important that you follow this. So let's go talk about time. Even though in almost every way you are a different person than when you were much younger, like the age of 3, you had a different body and especially different beliefs, but you still refer to yourself when you were 3 as when I was 3. So think about that. You are physically different. You don't even have the same cells in your body that you had then. You definitely don't have the same beliefs. You don't have the same thoughts. But when you think of when you were 3, you still say when I was 3. So what does that tell us? That I, self, generalization transcended all those changes through time so that you still connect yourself to that younger you. There is no other belief that you have that does that, except for the belief of who you are, your concept of who you are. You don't say when he or she was 3. It's still part of the same generalization of who you are. You say when I was 3. And you do this in the future as well. Even though your future self hasn't shown up, you say things like, when I go on vacation next summer, or when I retire, even though your future self doesn't even exist yet. You are projecting yourself in time into the future. Again, that's how your self-concept is transcending time. What ties the past, present, and future together over a span of a lifetime is the generalization you make called your self-concept. That is what is holding all of this together. That is what is holding your sense of self together from your earliest memories until now, and even your fantasies and your future projections. It's the I, me you keep referring to. No other generalization you make transcends time this way. It also transcends space. Well, how does that happen? No matter where you go, to another room, another house, another state, or even traveling across the planet, you still have the same sense of self, unchanged and unbroken, no matter where you go, right? If you get up and you walk into the next room, you don't suddenly feel like a different person. You are still the same person. If you go across the world, you step off of a plane, you don't know the language, you don't know the culture, a place you've never been before, you still feel like you. When you make a change to your self-concept, those changes generalize throughout all space and time as you experience it. Those changes will go with you everywhere you go. Think about that. There are so many changes you can make that only are relevant to that context or that time, but don't generalize outside of that. Not true for the changes you make to your identity, because you take you everywhere you go. Your past will now support that change in the present as you project this change into the future, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is how changes work in your identity. This is the most powerful transformation a person can have. Let's talk about your sense of identity. Beliefs, generalizations, I'm using those words interchangeably. It's something that is accepted, considered to be true, or held as an opinion. And this is according to the dictionary, the Merriam-Webster dictionary. According to Steve Andreas, a generalization is the imposition of our limited mind on an infinitely complex and changing world. Okay? Generalization, same thing as a belief. So what you believe about yourself or anything is an imposition, a limited imposition on an infinitely complex and changing world. What does this mean? This means your beliefs can be changed and your beliefs can be upgraded, and you have a tremendous amount of room to grow into bigger and better beliefs. Also, according to Steve Andreas, your self-concept is the concept or idea that you have about yourself. That's all the self-concept is. In other words, your identity is all the generalizations you make about yourself generalized into one single powerful generalization: self-concept. All beliefs everyone has, beliefs about yourself, beliefs about others, and beliefs about the world, first starts with your self-concept, your sense of self. You cannot have beliefs about other things without having a self to be other than. What you believe about yourself has the greatest effect on how happy, successful, fulfilled, and purposeful you are and will be in the future. It also has the greatest effect on your perception of reality, whether you perceive the world and everyone in it as imperfect, yet filled with wonders, love, kindness, joy, and plenty of resources to live an abundant life, or as a hostile, evil, and out to get you. As hostile, evil, and out to get you. It's your choice, the world you want to live in. In other words, when you change your self-concept, when you transform at the identity level, it will change your perception of reality. And the choice becomes yours to live in an abundant reality filled with everything you need to be fulfilled and happy when you know how to transform. And I'm living proof, and not just me. I'll show you more people who are doing the same. So how do we use these understandings to make transformations? Let's get into that. A transformation is when a significant and profound shift in a person's thoughts, emotions, behaviors, beliefs, or identity occurs, resulting in a fundamental reorganization of one's internal processes and perception of reality. Once you know your values, you know exactly who you want to become. So yes, I've already teed you up for this. Everything that we've been working on has been leading up to this. No amount of successes or achievements will matter if you are not what you value. Who you believe you are becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, even if it's beliefs that you don't like about yourself. It still becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because we believe it, we make it real, and we align to it. So remember these values here? Now this was just for illustration purposes. And what you're going to do is you're going to ask yourself, am I a blank person, and fill in the value. Now before we do that though, I love the Matrix. I think it had many gold nuggets of philosophy and some that fit so well with what I teach. In the second movie, when Neo meets with the Oracle, she says, you didn't come here to make the choice. You've already made it. You're here to try to understand why you made it. You are making choices that you don't understand because the beliefs are in your unconscious. When you understand it, that's when things change. So you're here to understand it. Your choices are driven by your intentions, your values, and by what you believe about yourself. More specifically, what you believe you are capable of. In other words, even if you value success, if you believe you are a failure, you will find a way to fail. There's no escaping who you believe you are. You will make choices that will cause you to fail. In order to understand your choices that led to the failure, you will blame. You will blame the economy. You will blame other people. You might even blame yourself. Blame will only cause you to remain stuck. Now, I bring this belief up, and I've brought it up a lot in my videos because this was something that I discovered that I believed about myself. While I valued success, I believed I was a failure. And when that came to the surface, and it was not the easiest thing to admit that to myself, we don't want to admit such painful, horrible things about ourselves, right? But I knew I wanted to change it. And I knew the only way to change it was to be honest with myself and realize that, yes, in fact, I, for much of my life, believed I was a failure. And I was trying to prove myself otherwise. The proving was never going to work. And no matter how many things I did, it's never enough proof. Why? Because if at the heart of it, you believe you're a failure, there's no amount of proof that's ever going to change that. You have to go to the core. You have to go to the source, that limiting belief. And when I changed that, my life flipped so fast, 180 degrees. When you know your values, you know what fulfills you. But what you believe about yourself will determine whether or not you will reach that fulfillment. When your behavior and your beliefs align with your values, you will experience fulfillment and purpose. You will also experience confidence and self-esteem, the kind that will make you fearless as you pursue your endeavors. If you value success and you believe you are a successful person, you will feel good about yourself. And because you value success and you believe you are successful, you will behave in alignment with success. You will find opportunities. You will take action. Because you believe it, you're going to align to it. You will become more successful and you will see more opportunities to be successful in the world. This becomes a loop that keeps compounding on itself. Because you believe you're successful, you act in successful ways. Because you act in successful ways, you become more successful and it reinforces the confidence. If you believe you are a failure and you value success, you will feel bad about yourself. This is what causes low self-esteem. When you are not what you value, your self-esteem takes a hit. And because you believe you are a failure, you will behave in alignment with failure. Your failures will support and confirm your belief that you are a failure, making your belief that you are a failure stronger. And then what happens when you really believe you're a failure? You don't try. What's the point? Deep down inside, you believe you're going to fail. Why would you try? So why don't we just act in opposition to our limiting beliefs? Why doesn't that work? Why doesn't a person who believes they're a failure just do successful things in order to break through the limitation? Because that doesn't work. If you're coding your reality and in terms of you are a failure, and a lot of people do this, they try to prove this to themselves. And some people will succeed a lot in trying to prove their value, their worth. And then what happens is they often become very successful, and now they have imposter syndrome because they never addressed the deeper underlying limiting belief. And it doesn't matter how successful they become, they feel like a fraud. They feel like it's not real. They feel like I'm not really successful because they never addressed the belief. So just trying to add proof or pushing yourself and trying to counter it, it doesn't work. And this is why, I love this too. We can never see past the choices we don't understand. And for a long time, I failed repeatedly. And when I succeeded, I never let it count. It was like, well, no, that was a fluke. That was luck. I didn't deserve it. It's whatever. It was an accident. Because I couldn't see past the choices I didn't understand. You are not hardwired for success, happiness, and fulfillment. That's just being honest. That's not what we're hardwired for. That's biologically, we're not hardwired for that. You are hardwired to survive, first and foremost. That's what your biology has wired you for. In order to survive in a chaotic world filled with unknowns, nature wired you to avoid confusion and chaos and align with what is familiar and clear, even if it makes you unhappy. And that's why you align to your limiting beliefs, even though you don't like them, even though you don't want to. You are hardwired to move away from chaos and confusion for the sake of your survival, and to move toward clarity. So this goes back to what I was saying before. If you're very clear about what you don't want, guess what? Your unconscious is going to keep taking you there, because that's what it values, clarity. And it's trying to move you away from chaos and confusion. So if you focus a lot on security, that means you're probably focused on everything that you're fearing, and you're stuck. You cannot move beyond it. But when you start knowing your values and you start putting your attention on the things that you want, and you gain more and more clarity about that, and then you take it even deeper and you become that person, you become the qualities that you value, then it's just natural. You're just living it. This is how your self-concept works. You have experiences, right? What are experiences? Well, here's the truth. You've never really experienced a beginning or an end. Experiences have a beginning and an end. You don't remember being born, and you're not dead. So you haven't truly experienced a beginning and an end. In order for us to take this continuous stream of consciousness that we've been living our entire lives, we have to chunk it into pieces so that we can make sense of it. And that's what we call experience. We mark in a beginning and we mark out an ending, and we call that an experience. Every one of your experiences has a beginning and an ending, therefore it has a middle. As we select and collect these experiences, we're still trying to make meaning of the world around us. So we start to cluster them. And this is what creates categories, also known as generalizations, also known as beliefs. So as I'm having these experiences, and I have positive experiences and negative experiences, and I'm sorting through it, and of course I want to have more positive experiences and I want to try to avoid negative experiences. That's why I'm selecting and collecting this information, trying to figure it out. So when I have experiences that feel positive, and I know it has something to do with this I, me, Damon, then I start to create what we call a quality, a belief about you. A quality is a generalization about an aspect of who you are. So as you select and collect these experiences, you start to develop these qualities, beliefs about who you are based on these experiences, both good and bad. Qualities can be good or bad. You can have start to believe things that are very negative about you, and you can start to believe things that are very positive about you. When these qualities all generalize together into one generalization, that's what we call self-concept. That's what your identity is. Your identity is made of these qualities. These qualities are made of these experiences. Now, how you feel about yourself, how you feel about your self-concept is where self-esteem comes from. And this is why we cannot go at self-esteem directly, because it's like an iceberg, right? And what do they say? An iceberg, but beneath the water, there's much more to the iceberg than what we can see. And that's why we also say something is just the tip of the iceberg. Your self-esteem is just the tip of the iceberg. But because you're hyper-conscious of it, that's how you feel about yourself, most people focus here. Not only do most people focus here, they try to change here. But that's like trying to change the direction of an iceberg by pushing on the tip of it. It's not going to work. So where do we go? We work here at the qualities. And every time you transform a quality about who you are, it alters your self-concept. And every time you alter your self-concept, it alters your self-esteem. So we have to work at the level of qualities. So a quality, like I said, is a generalization about an aspect of who you are based on behaviors and experiences that support this generalization about you. Examples are happy, successful, fun, optimistic, authentic, unhappy, pessimistic, cynical, lazy, etc. So they go both ways, both positive and negative. Okay. Now, some of you might say, well, wait a minute, what if I have all these beliefs about, all these experiences that are very negative? It's not the content of those experiences that give you the meaning that you're making. It's the structure of them. And we can restructure those. We can also restructure your beliefs about yourself so that it highlights when you did something well, when you did something you want to do again, when you were being the person you want to be and you value. And if that is highlighted by the way you're structuring your memories, then that's what your unconscious bounces off of. That's what your unconscious believes, and that's what your unconscious seeks automatically. So this is how this works. And like I said, this could work in two different directions. So like, let's say, I come home from school when I'm a kid, and I make a good grade on a test, and the teacher hands me the test and says, wow, you're smart. I take that test home to mom. Mom looks at the test and says, wow, you're smart. Dad comes home, says the same thing. Mom puts the test on the refrigerator, and I overhear the neighbor say to my mom, hey, your kid must be smart. I select and collect all that information, and I start believing, hey, I'm not sure what this smart thing is. I know it's related to this good grade, but I think I'm smart. And I start to believe that, and I start to select and collect more information to support that. So that by the time I'm an adult, I believe I'm a smart person, and if I value being smart, my self-esteem is high. Now, what happens? Same kids, a different kid, same town, different parents. They goof up, do something, I don't know, kind of dumb. We all do dumb things from time to time. And mom goes, wow, that was pretty stupid. And then you go crying to dad, and dad says, well, yeah, that was kind of dumb. And then your friend next door says, yeah, that was pretty stupid. And then you select and collect all that information as a child, and you start believing that you're stupid. And then by the time you get to adulthood and you value intelligence, but you believe you're stupid, what is that going to do to your self-esteem? It's going to hurt it. And not only that, imagine two kids growing up, same town, same external resources, one believing he's intelligent and one believing he's stupid. How different are these kids, now adults' lives going to be? Extremely different, extremely different. The one who's intelligent will not be afraid to make mistakes because he knows he's still intelligent, regardless if he makes mistakes. He'll just correct them and become more intelligent. The unintelligent one, or the one who believes he's unintelligent, will be afraid to make mistakes because they will be afraid of being more of what they don't value, which is being stupid. So they won't do anything. Why take the risk? So the result, when you transform your values into certain and solid qualities of who you are, will change everything for you. So you use your values to understand who you want to become, and then you use the self-concept model to transform yourself into what you value. Instead of being an unfulfilled person, not living up to your potential while chasing goals that wouldn't make you happy even if you achieved them, you become a happy, successful, accomplished, and fulfilled person pursuing the wonders of your potential because you enjoy it. Not because you're trying to prove anything. Not because you're afraid it will invalidate your life if you don't. You do it because you want to see how far your potential goes and how fulfilled you can become and what can you create in your life or what can't you create. Like the challenge of what can't I do? What can't I create? So do you want that? Do you want that ability to be able to transform into your values? Awesome. All right. And I want to mention again, people just like you who are doing this, everyday people just like you. Here's Rodrigo. Thank you for the suggestions in class. They led me to the most profound emotional and beautiful transformations. I never thought I was not an accepting person, and I really wasn't until you opened my eyes to that. That released so much pain and thought and brought so much peace. Your suggestion to work on commitment made me realize how powerfully committed I am to the things that matter to me, healing years of delusions of apathy, weakness, and disconnection. Here's another one. My life has transformed. After doing NLP, this model was the one that actually connected back to life. I am no longer in survival mode, but thrival. I have always been fascinated by human potential and performance, and this model allowed me to actually transform myself fully and to fully recover. So do you find this helpful? Awesome. Can you see how mastering the self-concept model will put the power of transformation in your hands? Excellent. All right. So these are the 3 modules, and I have a question for you. Are you getting excited about the potential of what using this model can do for your life and for becoming precisely who you want to be? If we stop this training right now, wouldn't you agree with me that this has been life-changing for you so far? How about this? How about we do a 60-second recap of everything I've covered from yesterday and to today? How does that sound? All right. So we started here. You came for a reason, right? Reasons maybe you didn't understand yet. But I think now you have a much better understanding. I introduced you to my mentor, who has since passed on and for whom I am carrying on his teaching. I love this quote. I wanted to mention it again. I mentioned it yesterday. A man who procrastinates in his choosing will inevitably have his choice made for him by circumstance. Don't be that person anymore. Choose your life. I talked about where I came from 16 years ago, depressed, and then my life now, which is I love traveling, so I do a lot of traveling. I don't live in Japan. That's just where I was with my family last June. Talked about my YouTube channel, where I started, where I am now. That's most likely how you found me. And then the interesting people I get to meet now as being part of this life that I've created for myself, the traveling that I do with my wife, the team that we've grown here during the pandemic to bring self-concept to the world. I talked about my journey through NLP. This is what kept me out of depression, but also I hit another plateau and I wasn't sure what to do. And it was this man, Steve Andreas, who helped pull me out of that. And then we began the modules. So yesterday we started with vision. Having a vision, it lights the way even in a dark world. We broke it down to from want to value, the hierarchy of your values in creating the vision. We did it through asking these questions. What do you want? What will that do for you? And what's important to you about that? We created that vision and added an ideal image of yourself. And we talked about how your vision is like a compass showing you the way, even when you're in unfamiliar territory. This morning, we started with overcoming that resistance that gets in your way. And really what I wanted to do here was clear up the misunderstandings about resistance. So we elicited the resistance, we elicited the values of any objections, and we integrated those values into the vision. I talked about how your unconscious mind doesn't have to be this mysterious thing. It's certainly not something that's working against you. It's one part of one whole, of your whole mind. I used the Japanese soldier, Hiro Onada, to create a metaphor for your inner resistance. It's just a part of you that you gave a mission to that it's trying to fulfill, and it got disconnected from the rest of you. So you have to go back to it, bring it into consciousness, reconnect it with the whole by giving it new orders. How we do that is by eliciting the resistance, which typically comes out stated in the negative because resistance is an away from strategy. So we ask, what do we want instead? And then what will that do for you? And then we integrate that into your vision. And you keep doing this until you have zero resistance left for your vision. It's just your vision, a compelling vision with no resistance, no objections. You're full throttle going toward it. And then we went into the self-concept model, which is really where the magic happens. This is where it takes it to where this just becomes automatic for you. You just naturally align with your values because you are your values. And I talked about how I came across this through my mentor, pounding him with questions until he said, hey, learn this model. And then I found through core transformation how to add values elicitation to self-concept to make it more methodical and precise. So we talked about just we discovered how you've become who you want to become based on your values, understanding how you've become who you are through generalizing aspects of yourself, and then how to transform yourself. We do that by breaking this down by context, life context. We ask, what do you want in each context? And then I went on to talk about how your self-concept transcends space and time. No matter where you go, in space or time, you still feel like you. And what you believe about yourself has the greatest effect on everything in your life. And the choices, really what it comes down to is you have the choice in front of you now to choose to create the reality that you want to live by transforming who you are. Talked about this, you didn't come here to make the choice. You've already made it. You're here to understand it. And I talked about the logical levels of self-concept, how your self-concept even came to be through these generalizations, starting with experience. And then your self-esteem is basically how you feel about yourself. When you are aligned with your values, you will have high self-esteem. That's where self-esteem comes from. When you are not aligned with your values, or you believe you are the opposite of what you value, your self-esteem is going to be low. Your self-esteem will take a hit. When you have low self-esteem, you do less because you don't believe you can. So this is all about the end result, which is to become what you value. Not just to chase what you value, not just to go after what's important to you, to become what is important to you, to become who you value. And like I mentioned, throughout this entire thing, I've been showing you people just like you are making this happen. They're of no special intelligence, they have no special talents. It does take applying your intelligence to do it, and it does take effort, it does take focus, and it's a practice. But what else could be more important than becoming the person you want to be so you can create the life you want to live.